Good afternoon. We're back in session, and I'll turn to Dr. Olivia Oxendine, Chair of the Educator Standards and Practice Committee. Dr. Oxendine.
Thank you, Chair Davis. I am Olivia Oxendine, and I chair the ES&P Committee of the State Board of Education. And joining me in that responsibility is Ms. Amy White. For the month of December, I have a rather condensed agenda, which is, so I won't be taking 4 hours. I could.
No finger pointing. No finger pointing.
There's no way to begin the afternoon, is it? My apologies. My apologies, Vice Chair. Lady,
I can take it.
that was a Freudian slip. Okay, let me get serious. So the first item is going to be presented by Dr. Kim Evans, and she's coming forward to update us on some changes that will take place very soon with several areas of teacher licensure. So I'll turn to Dr. Kim Evans, so she can lead us through this very brief discussion.
Good afternoon, State Board members. Today I bring you vendor updates for LICN 003. That is the licensure exam, the licensure testing policy. And there are 4 updates: the chemistry test, the professional school counselor test, library media specialist test, and the physics test. And in addition, I will also discuss the reading subtest recommendation, which ended up being Foundations of Reading Test 190 by Pearson. So the first test, I'm going to go through each test and provide the test code update and the cut score update. So the first test is the chemistry test 5245, and that test code update is 5246. The cut score will change from 152 to 146. And I just want to stress that the lower scaled cut score, it doesn't indicate any drop in rigor with the standards. It has to do with the change in the number of test items and the difficulty of those particular items. And this is the only test with a drop in the cut score. The second test is the professional school counselor test 5421, and that test code will be updated to 5422. The cut score will be updated from 156 to 159. And then the third test is the library media specialist test 5311. And that test code will be updated to 5312, and the cut score will be updated from 148 to 154. And our last test update by the vendor sorry about that delay. The physics test 5265, the test code update will change to 5266, and then the cut score will be updated from 133 to 146. And just to let the board know that the effective date for the current test, that will be until August 31st, 2023. And then the updated tests, they will be effective starting September 2022. And this would be reflected once it's approved by the state board. It will be reflected on the ETS, the Praxis North Carolina State website.
Thank you very much. Any questions from my colleagues or comments?
And just one more thing.
Yes.
The reading subtest recommendation is was done by a review committee, and so those reading experts were EPP and K-12 folks across the state. That included private and public EPPs in partnership with the early literacy folks at the agency at DPI. And they reviewed 2 tests, so Foundations of Reading Test 190, and then the Praxis Teaching Reading Test 5205. And these meetings started in January and they ended recently in November of 2021. And then you can see the 5 areas that we're focused on: the pass rates, including the disaggregation by race and ethnicity, the content particularly around the science of reading, as we know that that is a big initiative within the state, the format of the test, the time element to complete those tests, and then how they align with other reading initiatives within the state. And so then the outcome was the selection of the Foundations of Reading Test 190. Is it going to the, oh, it is. There it goes. And so this recommendation was based on the following reasons. It aligned with the reading support that already exists within the state, that does align with the science of reading. It supports the science of reading initiative. The content within the 190 test was less ambiguous than the 5205 test. The formatting was much more familiar, and the time element to complete the test was more substantial, 4 hours instead of 2.5 hours to complete the test for the 100 multiple choice questions and the 2 constructed response questions. And they also deemed it as an unnecessary change to deviate from the Foundations of Reading test. So those are the reasons why the Foundations of Reading test 190 was selected. And just as a side note, that currently in policy LICN 003, the reading test 190 is already a second option, as was provided by Dr. Seiberg in a past month. And he talked about how that needed to be a second option because it appears on the Pearson website already. And so that will remain, but it has the effective date in there still of August 23rd, 2021. And then I also linked the study guide in there to let you know more specifics around the content and the formatting of that test.
Oh, that's very good to know. Excellent. Questions or comments from my colleagues? Superintendent Truitt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dr. Evans, for this presentation. I just have a quick question. Remind me, please, which is the new Foundations of Reading test? Is it 190 or 192?
190, and the current test that has not expired is 90.
Oh, okay. So
190 is the new test.
Better aligned.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Again, I keep asking this question because I want to be, I'm redundant for a reason. So if Olivia Oxendine takes 090 and I pass it, I'm good to go, good to teach.
Yes, yes.
That's very good. But at some point, 090 is going to disappear from the
That's
website.
right.
That is correct.
Yes.
That is correct.
And our EPP deans and others are very much aware of all of those particulars.
They are.
Very good.
If I may, Dr. Oxendine,
Sure.
Through Pepsi, agreement was reached that included the opinions of our EPP deans who serve on Pepsi to give a 2-year time frame for our EPPs to adjust their practices of teaching early literacy to align better to the science of reading, so that when 090 is no longer, students will be ready for 190.
And I believe that our EPPs through literacy teams are engaged in science of reading training as we speak.
Some are, yes.
That's good. So catching up with the curricula,
Correct.
the preparation curricula in the area of reading education. Very good.
Thank you.
So much. I got a little bit ahead of you when you're moving from frame to frame. I'm sorry for that.
That is fine.
Thank you so much, Dr. Evans. And we'll move on to the next. This item is an action on first reading. We'll vote on this tomorrow. And ES&P 2 is, we have a couple of discussion items. The first of the discussion items is the ES&P 2, and it's in the category, policy category 001, pertaining to the non-certified classification area of employment, and this is the school mental health clinician job description, salary grade. Board members, you received, I know that I've read one, I hope that I've caught up with all the reading. letters from groups who have had some concerns about the salary level of this position. I think it's the Association of School Psychologists. Also some concerns around competing with our community-based agencies who provide the therapeutic care and work closely with our school students who are experiencing those types of problems. And the other area, there were several areas, but the areas that are key to me, the other area had to do with, let's say a school counselor is certified, or a school social worker for that matter is certified to provide those therapeutic services through a master's degree and maybe other credentials. The thinking is that an unintended consequence would be that a school counselor may decide, because this is a salary level higher than a school counselor, I suppose, I'm not familiar with all of those particulars, might decide, I want to be a school mental health clinician versus a school counselor. So those were three critical areas, or areas that caught my attention rather. So very important areas. This item would have come back to us this month for action, but we felt like we needed to discuss it a bit more today. So I hope that if you have questions or concerns, you will get them on the table. I have said too much about that item. I've taken away. Dr. Tomberlin, you please fill in the blanks for me.
Certainly, thank you. And you probably did it much more concisely than I would have done, so I appreciate that. I do want to say that our attempt to address the issue of salary equity was to strike the language. As you saw from last month, we selected a salary grade of 71, but we kind of truncated that salary grade and set a minimum at $56,000 within that salary grade. So what we've decided to do is to strike that language from the policy recommendation, and you can see here that that is stricken. And then we do include information on what the actual salary grade is. I think it's in this. I hope it's in this version. So the actual salary grade, it's not important because the salary grade is established, but we just for information, we provided that salary grade range, which is $3,300 to about $5,900 per month. And so that opens up the entire salary range. And so districts can determine for themselves how that affects equity within their district between their licensed and their classified positions. They can also be responsive to market demands within their individual communities. And so we're kind of backing away from establishing a minimum salary for that, other than that $3,300, which is probably pretty low for trying to hire somebody in this position. But that was our solution to the problem. The board is not advocating for paying these folks more than a school psychologist or a school social worker, but the districts have the flexibility to do what they need to do to get these services to their students.
Very good. Any questions or comments about the revisions in the salary level? If none, then this item will come back to us. Did someone have a question to my left? No? Okay, so this item will come back next month for our action and approval. Oh.
If I can ask one question based on what you just said, Dr. Tomberlin, is there the same kind of range flexibility available for school psychologists that you just suggested would be available through using this approach you have commented upon?
It's a very good question. The answer to that is no. So the school psychologists and school counselors and school social workers are paid on the STEP and LANE salary schedule. It's a modified form of the teacher salary schedule. So their years of experience and their educational attainment would dictate their exact salary. So the districts have no flexibility in that, other than the local supplements they provide to their staff. But you're correct, the classified staff, the district would have the opportunity to pay anywhere within that salary grade that the market will bear.
Other questions? Anyone? It is,
I think that frames an issue that I expect we will hear further about.
do you want to talk further about that?
I feel I have more
I
questions
feel like
coming.
I,
Chairman Tucker.
this is a cliffhanger.
I think one of the things that, well, I'll say this, it appears one of the things that was raised was the potential disparity in compensation. And although this is a good resolution to give local boards control over what the compensation would be, the risk for disparity in compensation still exists. And as I'm doing the math quickly in my head, if anything, or could be viewed as even greater potentially, depending upon what the local districts did. So to the extent we heard some complaints before, the same complaints we should likely expect to be forthcoming still.
The other question that I've had in my mind has to do with if a school counselor or a school social worker is certified and licensed and prepared to provide these therapeutic services, do we have situations where in school districts where that is happening? Because one of the concerns that was raised in one of the letters had to do with crossing over from, let's say, a school counseling position into one of these school mental health clinician positions. So if we have school counselors, and I know that their days are filled with untold responsibilities, if we have school counselors who are certified and prepared and properly licensed to provide these therapeutic services, then we have the access right there already in our schools to fill that need, I would think.
So what we've heard from the districts is to clarify, school psychologists, I'm not entirely sure about school counselors. I don't think that allows that license itself does not allow for therapeutic services, that the kind we're talking about, like mental health consulting or therapy. They have a specialized role within a school in terms of counseling. Your school social workers are largely employed in the districts to address system, so issues that affect students' ability to come to school and to be a part of school. So that may be looking into the family system and doing home visits to determine why students may be chronically absent or not performing well. So they're really focused on the family as a structure and what kinds of services can be brought to bear to help those kids. And school psychologists are largely employed to provide testing for the identification of special needs, educational needs. And so what the districts are finding is those positions are already dedicated to support mechanisms in the school system. And what this is providing is the opportunity for students to get specific mental health counseling to help them with the trauma and to overcome the results of the pandemic, and so that they can reintegrate into the school system and coming back face to face. It's a really different function is what the schools are trying to address. And rather than trying to heap more work on those already existing functions, they've tried to create this path where they can use these federal funds to hire folks for services that have largely never been offered by schools in the past, which is in-school therapeutic services.
Well, if we are to believe, and I certainly do believe, that the need for the clinician is very important in our schools today, given COVID and even pre-COVID, because we as a state board, we were hearing about situations across the state 3, 4, 5 years ago of the increased number of students in our schools who had severe needs in the area of counseling, deep, intense counseling. So this is an opportunity through this particular classification to fill some important needs in our schools and have those needs, have those services not across town or not across the county, offered out of an agency, a community agency organization, but right there on the premises of the school site, so that's very important. So, any other questions or comments? Okay, very good. So this will come back to us next month for action. The next item, 3, ESMP 3, this is a revisions to the licensure requirement for school administrators, and this is a continued discussion from last month, and Dr. Tomberlin is going to lead this item.
Yeah, so just to give you a quick recap of the issue, General Statute 115C 284 lists the requirements for a principal license. In a recent review of those requirements, we have found that our current licensure process is out of compliance with state law. And so we need to work, our legal team and our legislative liaisons have worked with the General Assembly to provide a waiver for all current license holders, principal license holders, who were issued a license from 2010 up to July 1st, 2021, and then a waiver for certain individuals who are being licensed after that date. So everyone's taken care of under the terms of that waiver, but that waiver does expire August 31st, 2022. And so what we need to determine here is if the current law is what the board wants to have in place for principal licensure, or does the board want to petition the General Assembly for changes to those requirements in principal licensure? Since those haven't been the requirements in over a decade, do they want them? Does the board want to recommend statutory changes to this provision? And so, as you'll remember, there are 4 key components to this. One is a licensure exam. The second is a year-long internship. The third is a Master's of School Administration. And the fourth is the requirement to hold a continuing license in a teaching area and have at least 4 years of teaching experience. So this has serious implications. All 4 of these have serious implications for our folks who are entering the administrative track. And if you'll recall, last month I took the liberty of giving you a little homework about what we want this principal licensure process to look like for the state of North Carolina if it's not what is currently in law. And the reason I'm asking that is for all these kinds of policy decisions, I convene a group of teachers, of HR directors and superintendents from across the state. Dr. Seiberg convenes the deans of EPPs across the state to get feedback, which we then bring to Pep-C, which informs their decisions to make recommendations to you. And that is our process. And so what we're trying to establish here is what are the guardrails from the State Board of Education about what we want to see in these policy recommendations. It's not going to serve us well if we let folks go down a path that you're not amenable to, because then you'll just reject it and we'll have to start all over. So we're trying to get a little guidance from you on the front end so this can be a much more efficient process, because August 2022 seems like a long time away, but in terms of policy and statutory changes, that is a very small window. And so we wanted to start working now.
Dr. Tomberlin, if I could just stop for just a minute. And
Sure.
as we go through the next couple of slides, board members, these questions underneath the broad category, for instance, licensure exam, please pay attention to those questions, because I hope that I know we're running a little short on time right now, but I do want you to really think deeply about those questions, because if you whatever you arrive at in terms of your answer, whether you articulate it or you think about it and you want to get back with me later, or get back with Dr. Tomberlin at a later time, because what he's saying is very important. We're gonna have to take some action. We either live with the law as it's stated, or we need to offer up some recommendations, some guidance to Dr. Tomberlin and his working group so that they can present to us very soon. I would say by February, we need to be voting on some, either we're gonna live with the law as it is and tighten up some components of it, because some components of the law in practice need to be revisited. So I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I just felt the need to sound like a teacher, I suppose. Pardon me.
So the first issue is the licensure exam and the selection of that test. So I'm not pushing you to select a test, but just in general, does the State Board of Education believe that a licensure exam is essential in licensing its principals? So I do want to point out that no principal in the state has taken a licensure exam since 2008. And so you need to think about that in terms of, has this served us well? I mean, are we okay without it, or do we need it? If not, a licensure exam, is there some other measure that we would like to implement that would ensure that our candidates for principal licensure have been adequately prepared for the role that they're about to undertake?
Ms. Kamnitz, please.
Is there an exam out there that correlates with an effective principal?
So, because I have more than a decade of no data, you're talking to an empiricist, so I can't answer that question. I have to have data answer that kind of question, and there is no data to support a licensure test or not licensure test. It's very different. The only thing I can do is point to what we know about teacher licensure exams. In some cases, they correlate with better student outcomes and better teacher effectiveness. And those specific cases are foundations of reading test and upper level math and science licensure exams. But by and large, for our teachers, licensure exams are not predictive of better student outcomes.
That's why I asked the question. I understand that. Thank you.
Superintendent Truitt, and I definitely want to hear from our two principals of the year. I've already alerted them that I would be looking down at it.
Well, thank you, Dr. Oxendine. And to follow up on Ms. Kamnitz's comments, I would just like to remind the board that Pepsi will be recommending the removal of those licensure exams for teachers that do not have predictive validity, because they are barriers to entry to the profession, which can be a discussion for another time. But I would encourage us to think about the idea of a licensure exam, of adding a licensure exam for principals when we are very likely going to be removing certain licensure exam requirements for teachers.
Well, I'm not going to open my mouth on that. Because I have some, I'm going to turn to my left.
You go first.
Ms.
Well, I don't have too much to say other than, just talking with other principals, within my specific region, and just some short conversations with Tabari. I know principals do have some concerns about the exam and cost of exam and things like that. But if we haven't had it in 10 years and we have created some very strong, effective principles without it, I don't see a justification for that. Now, I took the exam. I was in that earlier part. I don't remember anything about it, but I don't think that it impacted, or demonstrated my readiness to take on the role.
And I did not take the exam, so here's your data set.
Okay. I don't know if you're representative of the population. But thank you.
Other comments? My rhetorical point on this is a licensure exam, in my opinion, is not intended to be all about prediction. A licensure exam is about a story about the preparation of a teacher or a principal. To me, it tells about the preparation program, not a lot about predicting one's effectiveness. Now, could there be a correlation? Of course, there could be. But it's just, when I get involved in these discussions, I have to come back to how do we measure, what is the best way to measure the preparation of our teachers? Not so much their effect, we have ways to weigh and measure and think about effectiveness through EVOS. It may not be a perfect system, but we do have that system in place. But when I think about a licensure exam, I compare it to a licensure exam, the bar, for instance, for attorneys, or the medical exam, or the cosmetology exam. There's a licensure exam for a cosmetologist, a barber, so on and so forth. So it's not so much about whether the hairdresser is going to be a millionaire. It's more about whether the hairdresser has gone through a legitimate, strong, viable program that is preparing that person to work in the state of North Carolina and own a business.
I think that's a fair observation, that the licensure exam is actually a measure of knowledge. One cannot, I mean, the effectiveness is the application of that knowledge. So it's quite understandable that these things would not correlate. I think the problem that we're experiencing with the teaching profession, and we have to assume that it would apply equally to the administrative profession, is that we know that these are disproportionately keeping minority candidates and folks from lower socioeconomic backgrounds out of the profession, whereas we don't see those same disparities in the effectiveness of those teachers. And to me, that's the problem with the exams in general. I'm not advocating for or against the exam. I'm just trying to bring the lessons that we know from the teacher licensure exams to bear on this decision. It is important that principals have that requisite knowledge. I do agree. But how do we know that knowledge can be demonstrated in other ways than standardized testing, which if that has disproportional impact on a group of candidates, that tends to be problematic.
Very good. The bottom line is, though, we are pressed for time in terms of making some decisions, not about your presentation, but about the legislation and any changes that we need to make to that. Okay.
So the next item is the year-long internship. Current legislation requires a 10-month internship for principal licensure candidates. This is all over the map with our EPPs. Some require no internship, some require a 5-month internship, and some do the full 10-month internship. So the question becomes, do we require the 10-month internship for all principal candidates? And if so, do we develop an equivalence in hours for that internship? So that much like we do with students, you either have this many months or this many hours to satisfy the requirement. And then the big question that impacts a lot of our candidates, our part-time candidates, is should the internship period be the same for part-time MSA candidates as it is for full-time MSA candidates? So if you're going to do this by the hour, which many of our part-time MSA students do, are you held to the same hours that a full-time person would be required to do, or do we provide some separate set of requirements for those we recognize as being part-time? And when I say part-time, I want to clarify what I mean. These are teachers who are continuing their role as teacher while they work on their MSA, and they're not taking leaves of absences to go full-time into the MSA program.
Any thoughts? Any questions? Vice Chair Duncan.
I just have this thought. I think this is incredibly important because we need high-quality principals. It's a high priority of this board. The instructional leader of the school most often sets the tone for the quality of the school at the end of the day, and therefore the vibrancy that is brought to the children who attend that school. I don't feel as equipped as I'd like to feel at this point about answering these questions and what the best approach is to go. Is there some way we could, I almost feel like I'd love to hear a debate if somebody says we should do it this way versus somebody says another way, just so you could hear fleshed out the various pros and cons or the points that are said. Is there, so I may be in some strange way asking, is there a way we can get further recommendations or recommendations, even if, to help us, help guide us through this very important decision? I do look to our principal advisors to perhaps have a lot more insight than I ever could in terms of this very important
And
issue.
Vice Chair, you're doing Duncan, you're doing the question that you're raising or the comment that you're raising is exactly what we hoped would occur. These questions are there for us to begin thinking and even coming to your recommendation. Maybe we need to go further into study or have a panel discussion or some further study into this. So you are doing exactly what I expected to happen.
And to that point, and I've talked about this with y'all, why do we not have a residency program for principals the way we do for teachers? We need to have a conversation as a board about what a residency model for principals might look like, and perhaps this is a good springboard into that at a later date.
We have a very good model that we can look to in the state of North Carolina through the Principal Fellows Program. And this is a legacy program. I mean, we have other great programs in North Carolina. I don't mean to raise that one, but that is one we can look to guide us, and others as well. Did I see another hand, another thought? Ms. Kamitz, do you have your?
Did you want to go over that?
Sure, if you don't, is that okay?
Yes, Dr. Ashburn.
I would just say, I think juxtaposed to the licensure question, the internship is critical for preparedness in the principalship. And, as a principal, over a 10-month period of time, there are seasons in a school in which you do certain things that you only do in that season of time. And so I don't think you can replace the 10-month internship if you're really looking to prepare someone who can go in and serve as an assistant principal, feet to the ground the next year. I think you have to have that full season of 10 months. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you very much. Well stated. Anyone else? Other comments?
Basically, that was my question. I mean, it seems to me the core question here is, does the internship have value? What does it take
Yes.
to give it the maximum value?
Yes.
So,
I'll agree with Dr. Ashburn on the internship. I was a North Carolina Principal Fellow. I did have that full-time residency. I'll agree with Superintendent Truitt. I think that is that's critical, at least for discussion and consideration. That there is no, as Elena said, there's no replacement for that. It's a very valuable time developmentally. Now, having said that, our current status with regard to these internships, just so you know from the field perspective, it's all over the place.
Yes.
I mean, it is all over the place, and for a lot of different reasons. And it's like Dr. Tomlin was saying, it just is what it is. But also, it could be whatever we decide to make it, right? I think the opportunity is there to look at it. Developmentally, there's no substitute for that time and that internship. That's a fact, a provable fact. However, the reality of trying to get teachers who are in the classroom working hard all day into an assistant principalship as they're doing hours on the side and going to school at a teacher-ed institution, furthering their degree or online or whatever means they're going through to get it. The reality of that I saw as a principal and as a superintendent, the reality of that is it's a struggle for them. So I don't know, I think we have to look at the logistics of it. That's the elephant in the room too. And I think if we're committed to it, we can do just about what we want to do if we want it and if it's important enough. However, the current status is the landscape is it's all over the place. So it's much more complicated than just is it this many months or this many months or this many hours. Yes, it is on paper this many hours, but everybody's experience. If you look, I was principal of a high school, and I had during my 4 years of being principal there, I had 13 administrative interns come through. And almost all of them had different situations, depending on where they were. Online, were they at University of Phoenix, were they at East Carolina University, were they online at Gardner Webb, where were they? They all had different setups and different experiences that I had to work with, and was glad to do it because the result was some development of my stakeholders. But I would add that to the conversation for
Absolutely.
consideration.
It is really time to recalibrate, because without recalibrating and revisiting the preparation of that school leader, we are gonna continue to be all over the map with models and different approaches to preparing principals, and that, we know how crucial that role is in the school. Continue, Dr. Tomlin.
I was enjoying that, so I got lost in the teaching experience. Should the requirements for principal licensure include a minimum number of years of teaching experience? Should instructional support personnel without classroom teaching experience be eligible to hold a principal license? So I know this seems like that I'm purposely trying to exclude somebody, but the law itself currently excludes instructional support folks from that role. And so we need to think about that as a state. Do we grant that opportunity without the underlying classroom teacher teaching? Or is the idea that an instructional support personnel would need to go back into the classroom and teach for 4 years before he or she could apply to become a principal? So that's the big question.
Question? Ms. White?
Not a question, just a comment. I think I have mentioned this before, but a leadership experience in a school that's outside of the years of your teaching certification. So an elementary school teacher who suddenly becomes an assistant principal at a high school, and learning that, and given the roles within the school environment, particularly at the high school level, with operations and the separation between assistant principals and principals, having someone whose only experience, and vice versa, is teaching in an elementary school but leading in a high school, or teaching in a high school but then thrust into a position of leadership at the elementary school, and observing someone teaching the science of reading and having no idea what the foundations of reading are, is a difficulty. Different LEAs, PSUs across our state have different flexibilities in selecting their leaders. In the smaller counties, it's more difficult, but making sure that we have appropriate curriculum and skill knowledge and developmental knowledge for the students and the teachers for which you're leading is important. I don't know how that fits into the conversation, but that's.
Well, it does fit into the conversation, Superintendent Truitt, and
Well, just to add to that, because I know you have your hand up, Eugenia. This gets into the whole conversation of the model that we have for school leadership, where you have a principal at the top, and then you picture there's no distributed leadership, right? It's the principal at the top, and if you're in a large school, you have some assistant principals. You use the phrase principal as instructional leader. That is the expectation. That is rarely the reality, that the principal is truly an instructional leader, and that's not a criticism of any one principal. Principals wear too many hats, as it is. And so we need to be considering different models of school leadership as we are having these conversations.
Ms. Clemens, or, I'm sorry.
It was Ms. Floyd.
Ms. Floyd.
I thank you all for having, thank you so much, Ms. White, for what you said, because I, for one, am a true believer that I would not be here without the support and the ways that my principal poured into me, specifically her. And I say that to say, one of the first things she said to us when she came to our school was, "I'm a teacher first." And she brings all of that with her. When we think about the principals that are across our state, the thing I think about most as an educator is this is the person that we're deciding is going to support me as an educator so that I can properly support students. And when we think about all the tools that our principals use, for example, a teacher evaluation tool, which is what they use in order for me to renew my license, I had like 4 of those, I would expect for the principal to come into my classroom, do their evaluation, but also has the competencies to give me a tangible tool to grow in my own craft.
Like, I think for me, that's their job for me and how they pour into making me a better professional for my students. So I thank you so much, Ms. White, for lifting that up, because that was what I've been thinking about the entire time. I think I would have, like you said, a lot of difficulty as an educator hearing from certain folks who may have not taught or worked with children the way I work with them. I would have a lot of difficulty for anyone speaking on the needs of me as an educator if you've never been there with me. You've never had that experience. So I say all that to say, all of that matters, especially when we are bringing new people into buildings that are already established. That's really what's really true. Like, they inherit a staff, and that staff is supposed to trust them as a leader to guide that instruction.
Thank you, Ms. Floyd. And to add to, let me just add a point or two around that. So here's another rhetorical question. It's kind of up there, but let me be a little bit more specific. Should a principal in North Carolina hold a teaching certificate? It is about having teaching experience, some minimum. I think right now the law says 4 years minimum. But should a principal hold a teaching certificate? That's a rhetorical question, and it's more than rhetorical. It's one that we need to wrap our heads around, because we may have situations in North Carolina where we have principals, because we have not tightened up this legislation around the principalship. We may have situations where principals are in schools and they may be doing an outstanding job, and this is no criticism toward any of the classifications of student support services. We have wonderful school social workers, guidance counselors, speech therapists, on and on. But we may have individuals leading schools without a teaching license. Okay? Board members, you need to think about that. So it's not just the years of experience, minimum 4 years. I'm saying without a teaching license.
So, Dr. Oxenden, if I may offer just a little bit of context to this that I need to. We have long-range plans with the Human Capital Roundtable work and the Operation Polaris work that are focused on changing the very nature of how we structure schools and the education in North Carolina. Unfortunately, this is coming too quickly for us to integrate with that work. I would love it if we could, but we have to decide what's going to happen short term so that the process continues to carry on. We may have to do this all over again when we start talking about the Human Capital Roundtable work and the Operation Polaris work that's on the horizon. I just want to clarify that for folks, because this conversation about changing the way we do schools, I think is absolutely great, but this particular work can't wait for that.
No, it can't. Do you have additional questions? Yes, Mrs. Clemens. And I'm getting a roll sign from the leader.
Sorry, I just wanted to say one thing, and it kind of going back to Ms. White's comments, because from what I thought I understood, there were two different things that you posed, or that we were talking about. There's one about classroom experience and having years of experience teaching, certificate. And then there's also what I thought you were bringing up is, being at one level and then leading at another level.
Yes.
And just speaking from my personal experience, I was a middle school band director. And so I was a classroom teacher, very strong instructionally. However, I purposely, as a North Carolina principal fellow, had that year-long kind of residency model and purposely spent time in an elementary school in the first part of the year and in a high school in the second part of the year to get some different experience. With that being said, I don't want us to narrow so much and count people out that may not necessarily be teaching at that level, because there are some leadership and instructional practices that cross all different levels. And so if you would ask anyone about what my strength is, it's being an instructional leader. And being strong with curriculum and supporting my teachers with that. So I just want us to be careful not to narrow it too much and count people out.
Absolutely, that's a great point. Well, this has been a very good discussion. I think my agenda items are over. No?
I've got one more. This will be quick. Master's of School Administration degree, an MSA, is an MSA requirement for principal license to the exclusion of all other master's degrees. That's in the law. Many of our EPPs in North Carolina offer a licensure-only pathway. So we take an existing master's degree in whatever curriculum instruction, an MED, whatever it is, and you do an add-on program that doesn't lead to an MSA, but they're leveraging the underlying master's degree to do a licensure only. Under current law, that practice is not allowable, and that's ubiquitous in our EPPs, the licensure-only program for principals. And so we have to think about how we would solve this problem in legislation if we want those licensure-only programs to continue.
Well, that is huge.
That is very
Somehow I did not
huge.
pick up on that
Yeah.
in our other conversations. So we have a lot to work on, folks. We really do.
That's one question.
Ms. Candace?
Does that mean that since this has been going on despite the law?
Yes, ma'am.
We have some data on this, that principals who have come out of that model are now principals leading schools?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
So do we know that that model works?
Yes?
Yes, it does.
We have data that our EPP, we track all the effectiveness data of EPP graduates, including MSA programs, back to the EPP of origination. And so, yes, but our data includes them as any other program area, which is all aggregated up. So the teaching aspect, the teaching data is overwhelming the MSA data. If the MSA data were bad, it would be kind of masked. But I've been working with Dr. Seiberg about pulling out MSA data and reporting it separately so that we know, so it's not all glommed together, as it were. So it's a great point, and we'll look into it.
And a very viable program in North Carolina for quite a while. That concludes your PowerPoint. That concludes the agenda items for ES&P. But to go back to Vice Chair Duncan's suggestion about further study, some mechanism or some forum, I don't know how we're going to do this. Let's think about it. We do have to march toward, I would say very soon, within the next couple of months, to bring something back. What do you think, Dr. Tomberlin? Back to the board for action?
We have meetings with our advisory groups, Dr. Seiberg and I both, next week. So we're moving on this, and I have to say this conversation has been extremely helpful in guiding those conversations. We're not trying to be prescriptive, but just say we really need to rethink this. And a lot of these suggestions, to Ms. White's suggestion, I've got some ideas on how we can address that problem without narrowing it too much. And so we'll be coming back to Vice Chair Duncan's comment about, I want to hear this debated. I would invite you to tune into PEPC in the coming months, because you're going to hear a lot of debate around this subject in that arena. So when we come back to you, we'll have lots of feedback from the field and from PEPC, and let you know kind of where these decisions, why these decisions were made, and where they landed.
I'm very pleased to hear that. Thank you so much, and I am so sorry for going over time.
All right, thank you, Dr. Oxendine. I'll turn now to Mr. Reginald Keenan, Chair of the Healthy Responsible Students Committee. Mr. Keenan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Reginald Keenan, the Chair of the HRS Committee, along with Alan Duncan, our Vice Chair. And Mr. Chair, we have one action on first reading. We have also an item for discussion. Also, we have an item for a consent item. On action on first read, we have the report to the North Carolina General Assembly pilot program to raise the high school dropout age from 16 to 18. And I think Dr. Taylor, please take over from here.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan. Chair Davis, Vice Chair Duncan, Superintendent True, who I think is going to the bathroom with board members. We have a very brief presentation. I think this will allow us to get back on track. I know when we talked about it, we said maybe 5 minutes, but there could be some questions, so we'll see. This report, again, is, as Mr. Keenan has said, is our report to the JLELC, that's a sort of tongue twister, for data on the 1920 school year pilot dropout program. As you can see, the initial program started in 15-16. We had 2 districts, Hickory City Schools and Newton Conover. Luckily, Dr. Stegall was the superintendent at the time, so he's been able to give us a little feedback on the effectiveness of the program. Then we added Rutherford County Schools in 2017-18, and then finally McDowell County in 18-19. One of the things we want to do is share information about a disclaimer concerning the data for this particular period. As you know, schools were out due to the pandemic in March of 2020, so we do not have a full year of data. And so this report initially to the Joint Legislative Education Oversight Committee will talk about the 3 primary parts of this pilot, which is the impact of the pilot, lessons learned, the next steps, and the recommendations as a result. That essentially will be the same, because we understand that the data was not for a full year. We advise people to be cautious in how they review this data, because it can lead to skewed results if you do try to make comparisons. We also wanted to share the key impacts that we have from the study. One of the great things we see is that the dropout rate has continued to decline. Ultimately, this is what we want to see with any program that we have, that it does have some kind of impact on the dropout. McDowell and Rutherford County, they actually experienced declines in their dropout rate. We also look at the graduation rate for that particular year. That period was 87.6% for the state. All of those districts hovered around that graduation rate. And so again, the data from the pilot is inconclusive as it relates to the impact on that. They also saw a short-term suspension increase during the period. We know that we can relate this to several factors. Many may argue that because students are staying in school, that there's a great opportunity for them to be suspended. There's also a great opportunity for us to impact them as well. Go to the next slide. In the end, we know that the recommendations of the key impacts from this is that there should be increased time with students. This is what all the pilots have talked about, that this is an opportunity to have additional time with students. We recognize that if a student is in school from age 16 to 18, they have the opportunity to put them in any kind of bridge program that they may have, a 21 or 22 credit diploma program, just additional time that they have to impact students while they're in school and they don't drop out. Also, part of the recommendations talked about improved communications. Really, this has to do with how we communicate with the judicial system, the Department of Social Services, any other outside agency that may impact students that are in this dropout period. We do recognize that schools cannot do this exclusively on their own. If you talk about raising the dropout age from 16 to 18, then there have to be additional things that we do. We have to make sure we have that communication. We also saw some feedback about disconnects within the program. Much of that had to do with what schools understood about the attendance manual. At what age should they withdraw children? So one of the things that we'll need to do as a department is to make sure that we talk with districts about how they properly enroll or withdraw children and being cognizant of the age, particularly if they're participating in the pilot. They also talked about the implications in terms of whether or not the legislation just simply needs to be changed to say that students should attend school from age 7 till 18. Now it says compulsory up to age 16. So that is one of the things that they talked about. They certainly talked about if this pilot should be expanded. I can tell you as a former superintendent, I participated in almost every pilot that we had at DPI. And so I think we gain so much knowledge when we have districts, give them an opportunity to be able to participate. Districts of different sizes, we get different kinds of information based on the size. So that is one of the things that we talked about. I do want to end with one of the questions. I think it was Mr. Keenan that asked this question during our committee conversations. Would principals like this? What I shared with him is it would depend on who you ask. I know we have 2 principals here today, and we have Superintendent Williams with us. Certainly, if they could give us feedback on it, I think that would be great. If any principal would have an issue or concern with students being in school and those students being a distraction, I think part of the work that we need to do with those principals is talk about how we properly engage children when they are in school. We just completed the AIM conference. We had a tremendous amount of conversation on how we engage students, get them involved in what's going on, inspiring teachers to be a part of that work as well. So I don't know what the particular opinion might be across the state. We'd have to collect that. I think you get a different answer depending on who you ask. So I would certainly welcome input from you all in terms of your thoughts on extending it to age 18. Principals. Dr. Ashburn, you're a high school principal.
Yeah, I mean, to put it bluntly, I think it's a no-brainer. I think we raised the age to 18 because I think our expectation is that you should be in school and that you should graduate. And I think, to me, the policy should follow our expectation.
I agree with that assessment, and I think most educators would.
So, Mr. King, that is my report. If there are any additional questions, I'll answer those as best I can.
Anyone comment, question before we move on to next? If not, thank you, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, would like to move on to discussion item, the Healthy Active Children Policy Report from Dr. Essex, please.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan.
Thank you.
Chairman Davis, Superintendent Truitt, good to be here with all of you this afternoon. Here to give you an update on several things. Overall, whole child update. I know on your planning session last month you heard some about models in Rockingham County and across the state to work on some of the SEL work. And I'm going to talk about just some of the other work that's going on in the agency as well. Today you'll hear the Healthy Active Children Policy Report that I bring to you each year. You'll also get an update on the School Mental Health Policy Report that is due to the General Assembly by December 15th. I'll give you some updates on Title V and how we've leveraged those funds to meet some of the state board goals and to work towards some of those goals, as well as Whole Child NC and some new beginnings there. And then finally our CDC funding for improving student health and the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. So just a reminder to you that you have the full Healthy Active Children Policy Report in your materials. Those are slides, quite a few of them, and I'm just going to hit the highlights here. Also reminding you that we do this in the context of the whole school, whole community, whole child framework that puts the students in the center, but also takes in consideration the community in which that student resides. So the Healthy Active Children Policy has 8 sections. If you'll remember, in January of 2020, you added Section 8 to include data collection. So we'll talk a little about each of those sections or some of those sections moving forward. Some of the key points that, and then we'll move on from there. 100% of our LEAs responded. So with a little nudging and begging and pleading, but they did respond. 70% of our schools provided staff wellness programs, and that's incredibly big this year because that's something we've heard over and over is that our school staff need supports. And we're working on our team right now to create some resources for schools to help with that. So we're glad to hear that so many of our districts are offering employee wellness programs. 68% of our school health advisory councils said they reported their information to their boards of ed. That's incredibly important. You can do a lot of great things in your school, but if you don't tell your leaders what's happening, then they don't know how to support you. So we're really encouraging even more of that. And then finally, 36% of our school health advisory councils said they met at least quarterly, which during a pandemic year was pretty good. So physical education and physical activity, the policy encourages schools to work toward 150 minutes of physical education at the elementary level. 41% of our LEAs say that all of their students get 150 minutes of physical education by a PE specialist. That number stayed pretty much the same over the last few years. A lot of that has to do with, do we have teachers available to teach the courses, and do we have space and equipment available for teaching them as well? So that's pretty much stayed the same over the last few years of this report. We also encourage middle school students to have 225 minutes, that's the next slide, of healthful living education. That's half health, half physical education. 37% of our LEAs say that all of their students get 225 minutes of healthful living. That's down a bit. I think during the pandemic, some of our schools didn't provide as much physical education online as they might have in the past in person. So it's down just a little bit. We also asked our districts if they had divided that half and half health education, half physical education. And if you'll see in the next slide, it shows that 56% of our LEA said that all of their courses were 50-50. That is half health. And that's incredibly important too during this time. A lot of the mental health supports and information on how to deal with your own emotional needs comes in that health education class with those healthful living essential standards. So incredibly important to have both health and physical education taught during that time. We also asked our SHACs, School Health Advisory Councils, if they met during COVID, and we were excited to see that 96% of our schools, our districts, said that they met virtually during COVID. Their SHACs did. We asked our SHACs, what kind of data do you use to support your work and to decide where your priorities are going to be in the coming year? 76% said they use their Healthy Active Children policy report. We take that data they send us, we put it in a PDF, and we send it back to them so they can use it the following year and build off of that. 66% said they use the Youth Risk Behavior Survey data to do that. And then there's some other sources of data below that they also use. We ask our districts about employee wellness. I think it's 55% of our LEAs said that all of their schools had employee wellness programs. And that's up a bit since last year. And again, we're going to continue to work with our LEAs to continue providing resources around employee wellness because it's so important to support our staff during this time. Then physical activity. The Healthy Active Children policy requires 30 minutes of physical activity in K through 8. At the elementary level, 97% of our LEAs say that their students all get 30 minutes of physical activity daily, mostly through recess and physical education classes, and then a few of them through classroom energizers. At the middle school level, that has come down just a little from last year. 79% of our LEAs say that all their middle school students get 30 minutes of physical activity daily. Again, since physical education was off a bit, and that's where most middle schoolers get their physical activity, that makes sense that would have been down just a little bit this year. Another requirement of the policy is that no school is to, or teacher is to withhold recess as a form of punishment for students. It has been consistent for the last few years that around 96% of our schools say that they do not withhold recess from their students. And given that there's turnover and new folks come in and you have to tell them that you can't do that, that's a pretty consistent and high number, and we're happy to see that. And then community involvement. The school is the hub for so many of our communities, and 99% of our LEAs either have a written community joint use policy or they have an unspoken joint use policy. And obviously so important to be able to use the school building for community events as well. And then this one's an interesting data point. We ask who in your school receives your report from your Healthy Active Children policy report, from your School Health Advisory Council. 87% said their superintendent received that. The policy requires that the superintendent sign an attestation form, so we need to keep moving that toward 100% because they should be seeing it to sign off on that form and get that to us. And then 68% said they shared that with their local Board of Ed, which again is so important. Their local boards know what's happening around the health and well-being of their students in the classroom and in their buildings. Nutrition, environment, and services. We asked quite a few questions about local wellness policy implementation. As always, our school districts do an excellent job. Those numbers are, you can see in the whole full report, are very high this year for that implementation. And then we ask folks about their success stories. This Wordle you see, you can see the words that pop out. We took all the success stories and put them together and made this, and we can see those things like policies, COVID was big, meals, those were all important during the year. There were some themes to those successes that we saw across the board. Those were things like nutrition, making sure students got fed. That's always been a big one. It was even bigger during COVID. Mental health needs of their community. Our SHACs worked hard to really help districts pull together resources for their students and trying to meet those mental health needs of students. Community partnerships, a lot of success stories about community partnerships, critical to doing the work in any community. And then finally, school safety, both physically, mentally, and emotionally. So those were awesome themes. For the sake of time, I'll let you read the success stories that are coming through. The next few you can read them on your own, but we've certainly got some quotes from folks who told us what was happening in their LEAs. And then finally, we always ask our districts, what are the things that you're making your priority? What are you working on? What's the number one priority? The number one, or the gold arrow there, is mental health. And that has been the priority for the last few years for our districts. They're working to do more work in supporting their students' mental health. Safe school environments is number 2. And this year, for the first time, health services moved into the top 3. Makes total sense. Our school nurses are doing a lot of COVID testing, a lot of vaccine work during COVID, a lot of contact tracing, and at the same time, and I'll give them a lot of credit, still supporting our students who have chronic conditions and helping them manage those chronic conditions during that time. So a lot of kudos to those folks working in health services during this time. And I mentioned before that mental health was such a big issue, and we were required to report on school mental health plans from our LEAs. And as with the Healthy Active Children policy, you have a copy of the school mental health report that you can look at the entire report. I'm going to invite Wachovia Lovett, our school social work consultant, to take you through some of the highlights of that report.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to first give just some background information and details to help navigate what you'll see in these next few slides. So Session Law 2020-7 became law in June of 2020. So this is all brand new for our PSUs. In November of 2020, the state board did adopt the policy for the school mental health. And then by February of 2021, we released a package of resources and materials to help PSUs meet the requirements of this legislation. And so within that law, they had to report to DPI by September the 15th annually, and then we report to the GA by December 15th. The plan components that you see there are things that we reviewed and that PSUs reported on, and I'll hit just a few of those, but they are in full detail in your package materials. So here you'll see an overall compliance of our PSUs, and so after the September 15th reporting deadline, there was a need for additional outreach and supports to ensure that we receive all of those plans and plan components. And so the data you see throughout this report is as of October the 28th at the conclusion of the additional outreach and supports. And so to explain further, some PSUs may have responded to the report but didn't submit their actual plans, and others may have omitted some of the plan components, and therefore you'll see a partial plan. Here we ask PSUs to identify what data sources they may have used to determine their strengths and their needs in relation to their school mental health initiatives and efforts. And so I'll point out that for the remainder of the data that you'll see, the 3 regional and lab responses and/or lab responses are included in the charter data, just as an FYI. So ranked here in order are the PSUs, what they reported using as their data sources. And you'll see some familiar things in the top 5, some a little different, like the use of the FAMS and YRBS among traditional LEAs, and then the use of the Say Something app data, and some other in-house assessments among charter schools. And so based on those data sources, some districts put in what they identified as their needs. And what we found there was an overwhelming need for the implementation of core SEL supports. You'll also see there that professional development around content of SEL and mental health was the second highest identified need. Others were a universal screener, the need for continued efforts towards full fidelity of MTSS, coordinated school mental health efforts with providers and the school mental health professionals and SEL in a coordinated effort, a system to keep records, health records, outcomes of students, just a record-keeping system of the type of information related to student health, mental health, and social wellness, social and mental emotional wellness. And then the last need there is for staff such as social workers, counselors, nurses, and psychologists. They were also asked to identify what prevention and promotion efforts that they had in place in relation to SEL and mental health. And so what was referenced most here, you'll see some similarities, some differences, but SEL practices came in at about the same rate among all PSUs. PSUs were also required to have a suicide risk referral protocol. And so our Project Activate sites had developed a model based off of the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale and put a package together that PSUs could use to be able to fulfill this legislative requirement. And what we found that was that an overwhelming majority of our PSUs did take advantage of that model. So we're grateful for the work of our Project Activate sites for making that easier. The law also required the PSUs to have a training program that addressed these 6 training topics. And you can see that PSUs reported addressing these topics with a very high level of compliance. Looking at those trainings, we pulled out some of the top training platforms. And so what we saw was that the majority of our PSUs extended their HR package compliance to include these training materials and legislative components. And so that's there as a top choice. Another top option was to use their local resources, so law enforcement, DSS, their school-based mental health staff, and some of their local providers as well. And then that other, rounding out the top 3, is a RISE guide that was developed with the Center for Safer Schools and some of our state partners. And we translated that information into a Canvas course that PSUs could easily pull into their systems and adapt and be able to meet those legislative requirements as well. They were asked also to kind of identify where their SEL and programming aligned academically. And so what we found is that the majority of our PSUs reference using the DPI SEL standards mapping document. And that was an effort of many sections here at DPI working together to map academic standards to SEL competencies. Next, in the area of kind of treatment and referral, we asked, with whom do you have an MOU with? And so we did see that the majority of our PSUs have something in place to be able to treat and refer the more severe mental health related occurrences. And so kind of moving forward and how we'll continue this and advance these plans and this work, because it was very new for everyone, is to, we looked while in review at some determinants that indicated that some follow-up was needed and some additional assistance and supports. And so we plan to activate some regional supports as well as some very technical assistance work sessions for the required plan components. And then kind of what does that look like? How is that operational? So we'll start with that middle section that is within our already established cascading teaming structure here. The regional SEL teams are DPI exclusive and include the regional directors, and then our regional school mental health initiative teams include DPI liaisons as well as our mental health state partners. And so this group of people will be most equipped to take the data collected from this reporting period and use it to advance the school mental health plans in their regions. Also, our Project Activate sites have developed an optional progress monitoring tool to be able to advance these plans as well that I feel like PSUs will find very helpful. Okay, and I'm happy to pause there if there were questions related to the mental health policy.
Any questions, comment, on the board? Thank you very much. Dr. Hess?
So just to give a few quick additional updates for the whole child work. Obviously, we've talked a lot today about those specialized instructional support personnel teams, and one of the things that we're doing in our work right now is really encouraging our here, trying to model that here at DPI and then encouraging it out in the field, that teaming approach and teaming structure with those folks work very closely. They all have very unique roles, and we really want to make sure that they work together and communicate well with each other. Sometimes it gets difficult because there's only a little bit of money and everybody wants more positions. So really focusing on a teaming structure where they're all important, but different schools need different things. Also those folks have been working closely with the school mental health policy and trying to help our PSUs implement that. Also, our school nursing, we have a school nurse liaison at DPH who focuses on chronic condition management and chronic condition management plans for our students across the state, so that student with asthma still comes to school every day rather than being in a doctor's office. And so really working on that management of chronic conditions. And then finally, we've been working with partners both internally and externally to try to find funding for a school health record software that would allow our school nurses, school social workers, school counselors, and school psychologists to keep up with students. If they move from one PSU to the other, if it takes us a few days to find out information about them, then we may have lost valuable time in providing services. So really working on something. All of our PSUs keep up with students. They just do it in many different ways, and that makes it very difficult to follow those students from one place to the other. And so we're really working hard to try to come up with an option for that. Also, our Title V funding, we have selected 15 LEAs. We'll be sharing that with the board soon, so that you'll know the folks that have been chosen. They'll be receiving about $75,000 each to provide reproductive health and safety education, positive youth development, mental health work. We've also hired Ms. Lily Pinto, who is a reproductive health consultant. And we also leverage some of these funds to create a position for Whole Child NC, and that will be a position known as the School Health Policy and Partnerships Consultant. Suzanne Schmall, who's already on our team, will be moving into that role. Many of you may know her. She'll be leading the Whole Child NC work, and we look forward to really pushing that forward now that we have someone to take that full responsibility for that. Also, we continue to receive funding from the CDC for improving student health through physical activity, physical education, nutrition, and chronic condition management. We have done some extra work on employee wellness with some of these funds that we received additional funding for COVID, and really put that money into employee wellness. And then finally, we also received funding from the CDC for the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. Just a reminder to you all, it's done at middle and high schools. We've been doing it since 1993. Schools are randomly selected, and parents and students can volunteer to participate or they can opt out. You can read the different behaviors that's monitored by the survey, but I think the most important thing to say about this is that this is a student voice survey. It's an opportunity for our students to tell us what their needs are, so that we can try to prevent some of the catastrophic things that happen later, because we'll know about them in advance. We can get the data the final data. I can tell you how many students attempted suicide in North Carolina or completed suicide in North Carolina. But if these students tell me they're thinking about it, I can do prevention efforts earlier. And that's where we're putting the emphasis on that particular data. So just a history of where we've been with this. In January of 2020, the board asked for individual county samples, and CDC told us that was a big ask. So we went back to regional samples for all of the 8 state board regions. In 2021, July, 722 schools were selected to participate. In August of 2021, we notified all of the PSUs that had schools selected for the sample, and then we began data collection in September. And I will say there have been some challenges in that data collection. If you look at the map, green represents counties that have schools that have agreed to and are participating in the Use Behavior Survey. The red indicates those that the whole district has refused or just didn't respond to our request to let us know if they would participate. And then the gray are those that were not selected in the sample randomly. So it's been, you know, I think there are a lot of things behind that. Sometimes some misperception, sometimes information that comes out that's not accurate about the survey. And what we had hoped is that schools would at least give their parents and students the opportunity to take it if they wanted to, which is part of how that works. But when a district or a county opts out before then, they don't get that opportunity. So, so that gives you an idea of where we are right now. We're still working. The CDC has given us until the end of the semester, which in some places is early January, to continue collecting data. So we're working on that. And then finally, as always, we continue to partner with a lot of folks across the state. I could have 4 slides of partnerships that we have, but those are just a few during this COVID time that we've specifically been working with to provide information, support, and then feedback to the field. And with that,
Any comments or questions? No one? I would like to say that the presentation, Dr. Essett, you cover a lot of things that we talk about during the working session. So your work is very vital. Now more than ever, we need to continue to support your efforts and those folks that really need the help.
thank you, sir.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, if I may, we have the consent item, which would be the school-based mental health policy we submitted to the General Assembly, and that's all we have for today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan. And now I'll turn to Ms. Jill Kamnitz, Chair of the Student Learning and Achievement Committee. Ms. Kamnitz.
Thank you, Chair Davis. I share the responsibilities of this committee with Dr. Olivia Oxendine, my partner here. We have to start with 2 items of new business. The first is the North Carolina Standard Course of Study Internal Procedures Manual. Some of you remember several months ago, the superintendent discovered that there had been efforts to develop such a manual in the past that had never really quite gotten off the ground, and asked us to sort of bless her working on this and bringing it back to us for our approval. So this is our first look at the internal procedures manual. And you are not Dr. Hempel Joseph.
No, Christy Day.
Hey,
I'm
Christy.
representing the division.
Did not realize she was my
All right, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to bring forward the Internal Procedures Manual. My name is Christy Day, and I serve as the Assistant Director for the Division of Academic Standards, and I'm honored to represent the work that has happened with this manual. This manual, the purpose, excuse me, is solely to assist and guide the review, revision, and implementation of the standards review, revision, and implementation process. It's not intended to guide local curriculum, adoption, or creation. It is merely for the facilitation of the review, revision, and implementation. The goal that we're aiming for is consistency and equity in all areas, so all content areas across the board, in their processes, in the data collection, in templates, in communication. We're looking for consistency and equity. We want to be as clear as possible in this so that anyone can pick this up. This is position and person agnostic, so the work will continue no matter who is in the position. As a reminder, this is based on State Board Policy, SCOS 012, so that's grounded the work, that's informed our work. And this policy states that DPI will review each set of content standards every 5 to 7 years to ensure clear, relevant standards and objectives. And we are to use a uniform and formalized system built on these 4 principles that you see there. Okay, and the internal manual, that you have that in your materials, that is very much in line with this policy. We also wanted to delineate the responsibilities between the SEA and LEA, and you will see this within the manual as well. The SEA DPI facilitates the review and revision. So we facilitate, we do not write the standards, we facilitate stakeholders, leaders, key partners in writing and reviewing. We also develop standards-based resources that can be used by LEAs as they see fit. We provide professional development on the standards, and we collect ongoing data. We also operationalize that data. So once we collect it, we use it to inform future supports and resources. Another layer is communication. So we put out a number of communications, and you'll see within the manual, we'll talk about in just a minute, some communication loops and feedback loops that are built within. For the LEA responsibilities include developing or choosing local curriculum and instruction, including textbooks. We wanted to make sure that was very clear. They implement the resources that the SEA creates as they see fit. These are optional for them to use. They align local assessments to the standards. They provide another layer of professional development as needed in whatever areas they feel their local teachers and leaders need. And then they also communicate with their local stakeholders. Historically, in 1998 was the first iteration of an internal procedures manual. So that was the first time we had a uniform process for this. It was not presented to the state board, so it did not come forward at that time. Fast forward to 2018, and a cross-agency project management team picked the manual back up and revised it. It was a 4-month process. Many divisions across the agency, from communications, charter schools, accountability, advanced learning, worked on that manual. And what they created was a very extensive, a very detailed product. The board was informed of this work, but it did not come formally to the board. So currently, in 2021, we took the 2018 manual, used that as the core. We looked for gaps, we looked for ways to update, to finalize, and to modernize this manual. It is a digital format, so the template will stay digital, so it's very easy to access. Multiple stakeholders were brought in for conversations, both internally and externally, for what those gaps may be, what edits were needed within the manual. And then we modernized, and we are bringing it forward this month. So in the next section, we're going to look at the table of contents, and I'll briefly go through some of the sections within the manual. We start with an introduction that talks about the policy that I just mentioned, SEOS 012. We also look at the difference between standards, curriculum, and instruction. We think of the standards as your GPS destination. That's what you put into your GPS or your phone. That's where you want to go. That's where you want your students to go. We think about the curriculum and instruction as the vehicle of how to get there. And sometimes that vehicle has to be a little different, right? Depending on the terrain, depending on where you live, depending on the size vehicle that you need. So there are a lot of factors that play a part within the curriculum and instruction, and we see the standards as that destination. We also provide some guiding principles. These are the same guiding principles that you see in SEOS 012. Okay. Then we go into the taxonomy and framework, and we provide information on revised Bloom's. We provide some definitions, some things to consider as we're thinking through the taxonomy and framework. Most of the standards are based on revised Bloom's, but there are certain skill-based areas such as physical education where that doesn't quite fit. So there's guidance on what do you do with those areas and how do you make sure there's consistency even within that area so that teachers understand how those standards have been written. We also look at alignment of standards with the textbook adoption process, course codes, assessments, and honors and advanced learning. Okay. From there, we go into kind of the meat, the review, revision, and implementation of the standards. We start with roles and responsibilities. As we talked about earlier, the SEA and LEA have been delineated. There's also a graphic that talks about what staff will do. So the responsibilities of consultants, section chiefs, and leadership. From there, we go into the components. So the first component is review, and we look at the major work of that component. Within the review component, we start with data collection, and data collection is ongoing throughout this entire process. But with data collection, we are very clear in here are the different ways you're going to collect data on the current standards. So we have surveys, a standard by standard survey that will go out to stakeholders. We have a PSU standard by standard survey where we will hand it to the CAO or leader of the PSU and say, get together a team, review the standards, give us your feedback on those standards. We'll also do regional focus groups and interviews just to make sure we are collecting quantitative and qualitative data across that. We will also conduct research. So we will research policies, state board policies, state and federal legislative requirements, other state standards who have recently revised or of comparability to North Carolina. We look at their standards. We look at national and international frameworks and standards, as well as the newer research out there in that content area. From there, we convene a data review committee. Within the manual, you will see lots of templates. And one of the templates that we have here is what that application will look like. So what types of questions are we asking? What types of skills do we want the data review committee to have so that they can take all this data, surveys, focus groups, interviews, the research, look at it holistically, analyze it, and then provide recommendations for the writing team. So we have a template there. We have a scope of work, what we're asking the data review committee to do. And then we think about how do they collect all that. And I'll show you in just a minute what that template looks like. We also, within this review phase, we come to the board and we ask for permission to revise. So we will bring forward the themes and trends within the data and give a recommendation about moving forward with the revision. You also see a communication checklist. So all along the way, we've built in communication feedback loops. Friday updates to the board, monthly blasts out to teachers and leaders, just making sure that everyone is informed so that this process is very transparent. On the next slide shows a template. There are several templates here that will be living templates. You'll see in one of the appendices. This one is the standards focus groups template. So you'll see it's very fillable. So whichever content area is moving into this piece of the process, they can take this, make a copy, insert months, years, notes, teams, numbers. We even have a sample agenda of how to run that focus group so that it's very consistent, very equitable across all content areas, no matter what area is up for revision. Okay, the next slide is a image of a table of contents from the data report. So this is where we are taking the research, the survey, the focus groups, interviews, all of that information, and we're compiling it. We will talk through the methodology, and then we will have the findings for each of those, the survey-based survey, the focus groups, interviews, and then the DRC, the Data Review Committee, will work on that piece that says conclusions and recommendations. So that's where we train them. There's a PowerPoint template in here that each content area can take and start with as a skeleton to train the DRC on how to do that. And so they will come and they will evaluate all the data, and then they will go through and say, what are we keeping, what needs minor revisions, what needs major revisions, and what is no longer relevant or may need to be added. And so that will all be into one template. They will take those conclusions and then come up with recommendations that will be given over to the standards writing teams. Okay. Next we have the revision piece. We've gone through the review, now we're on to the revision. The major work of the revision has the standards writing teams. So this is approximately a 12-month process. We've put a little bit of some timelines in there just to for areas to understand how long each of these should take. Revision should take about 12 months. Again, there's a planning template there so that as section chiefs, division leaders start working, they're planning out each step along the way to make sure nothing is missed throughout the process. With the standards writing team, some of the resources within the manual, we have, again, a scope of work. We have a template for an application. We have areas of expertise and representation that need to happen within the writing teams to be sure there's consistency in the representation across the state. From there, we would go into the writing process, and this is where it talks about the understanding the structure with the subject, verb, object, and we will train the standards writing teams on this so that they understand how those standards are written. They'll also be trained on the taxonomy or framework that's being used. They will have documentation as well, so they will take, and you'll see an image of this in just a minute, but they will take, as they write or revise, they're just not gonna write it on a piece of paper and say, oh, here are the standards. They are gonna go through and say, this is the data that was used, this is where we got the data, this is why this change or revision, addition, deletion, whatever it may be, is happening. And then we have criteria, and you'll see those down at the bottom. This is what anchors all of the revision and the evaluation that happens throughout this process. We want to make sure that our standards are meeting each of those. Within this section, you also see drafts 1, 2, and 3. Typically, we have 3 drafts. After draft 1, it goes out, feedback comes in, that data will go to the data review committee again. They're kind of the data group, so any data goes to them. They make their conclusions, their recommendations, it goes over to the standards writing teams, and that loop happens until we get to our final draft, which will come to the state board for approval. And you'll see in here too, we even have a template skeleton for that presentation to the state board and all the pieces that need to be in there as content areas presented. Okay. This example template is the planning template. It is really important that because of the transparency and all the moving parts that happen throughout this process, that the planning is very clear. So we have a template that each area will use that anyone can view. If board members would like to see that, that would be available for anyone to see. The next template is that standards documentation I mentioned. So this is where they'll go through and they'll look at the criteria checklist, and as they document, as they write or revise, they're going to talk about which standard did they modify that from, or was it new? Where did that come from? What was it based on? And were all the criteria addressed? Okay. The last 2 sections, one is on implementation. Implementation is broken down into 3 subcomponents: installation, initial implementation, and full implementation. Installation is typically about a year, and that is when DPI goes full force into support documents, creating those support documents, professional development, training leaders on how to plan for that implementation before those standards go live. In the manual, you'll see the major work within that subcomponent. So you're going to see communication, test development, textbook adoption, professional development, data collection, all of those pieces. Initial implementation is the first year, that first year from when it goes live for that full 12 months. Again, DPI is still providing support documents, still providing professional development. This is where the data collection really amps up. So we're hearing, as teachers are teaching these, we're hearing what they need and their feedback. Also within that first initial implementation will be the beginning of a quality assurance roundtable. Each year we plan to have a QAR where we bring stakeholders around the table and talk about what they're seeing, what they're hearing, what they're teaching, and internally too, if we're talking about accountability or advanced learning, exceptional children, we're getting feedback on what kind of support is needed for those standards. And we plan to do that yearly from when the standards are implemented until the next revision. So it will be a cycle that happens every year. And then the last one is full implementation, and that is the time from year 2 to year 7-ish, depending on when we review. That is the full implementation. And then we have appendices where we'll have copies of all the templates and a glossary. Okay, and now we're going to talk a little bit about next steps. We will finalize the internal procedures manual. You'll notice there are some coming soons in there. We're working on getting a little more stakeholder feedback internally and externally to get those finished. We're also seeking feedback. We presented this at the AIM conference with CAOs, and they gave some feedback. So we're working internally and externally for some feedback there. We will also deploy a needs assessment. So once this is complete, the internal procedures manual, we will shift to the external implementation guide, and that is what we will hand districts to help them implement those standards. Typically, currently, we have a couple of support documents are common across all areas: unpacking, glossary, and a crosswalk, and we're going to expand that. So we're going to look at parent resources and making sure that templates are common across all content areas. So if I'm an elementary teacher and I pick up the math unpacking, it looks similar to the science. There are nuances, of course, depending on the content area, but as a teacher who teaches lots of different areas, I need consistency in that. So we'll have templates, we'll have additional resources, we'll have a timeline continuum of when the resources will be created, we would love to create all of them in the 12 months, but we can't. So what will be created when and what's going to be first, and that will be really important to get feedback from teachers on what do they need first and district leaders, and then what can we stagger out as we go throughout. And then the recommendation would be that the manual come back next month for discussion. Thank you.
Wow, lots of work. Thank you, Dr. Day. Questions or comments, colleagues?
I have a quick question, Ms. Kamnitz.
Yes.
In your, the early part of your presentation, you referenced something about the standards being driven, the Bloom verbs that kick off the boarding of the standards. And I think I looked at one of your frames, one of the latter frames in the last few minutes that had to do with what the writing committee does, write, revise, and so on and so forth. So at that point, are you helping teachers understand how to move from a Bloom verb in a standard to a refined, more minute verb in curricula?
Or what it looks like in action from, I understand.
I mean, how are you scaffolding down?
Yeah, the support throughout the professional development will look at how, what does that verb look like in instruction, and what do you do to get those students to that verb, or if they're ready to extend, so what do you do once you're extending that? So that'll come a lot, mostly within the professional development, within each content area, since it's very nuanced across those. So we don't have necessarily templates or a specific resource for that yet. We want to get more feedback as we do the needs assessment, go out and talk to district leaders and teachers about what they need. One of the questions we asked at the CAO meeting was, what do you want to see in the external implementation guide? So pieces like that will be embedded with it.
The reason I ask is because my theory in terms of why some teachers, not all, but some have difficulty, understandably so, moving this need to almost cling to the standards because not knowing how to build out Bloom through the curricula and, let's say, lesson plans. That, I would think, requires a lot of professional development.
Yes, a lot of ongoing professional development, some job embedded with the coaching. We work a lot with coaches too, at different levels, so that they can go back in and help coach that. And I know that there's also support needed to take a standard and put it live into a lesson plan. So I can read a standard and understand what I might think it means, but if I put that in action, that's sometimes a different skill set that needs some support that we plan on doing.
It's very technical.
Yeah.
Other questions?
Thank you, Ms. Kamnitz. Christy, thank you so much for not just the presentation, but for all of the work, pardon me, that you've done under Dr. Hemphill, Dr. Stegall's leadership. It just seems like yesterday that we sat down and talked about what we wanted this to look like, and now here you are. This is fantastic. I would appreciate just a moment to take the board down a trip on memory lane, if I may, about why there is a need for this document to have board approval. If you remember, when I took office in January, we were in the process of approving a new set of history standards. It took a long time to get those history standards approved. And coming in at the end of that process as I did, I started doing some digging into our standards revision process, our review and our revision process. And what I learned, and what I want the board to be reminded of, is what challenges we're trying to solve with the completion and board approval of this manual. One of the things that I realized, or that I discovered, is that there is no coherent or consistent approach to the way standards are written from discipline to discipline, so in other words, from math to science, or within courses within the same discipline. So Math 1 compared to Math 2. So the unpacking documents, the different teams within DPI are doing things differently within the revision. They're following state board policy, but the documents themselves and what we're giving to teachers to use looks different. So, and they're varying qualities, quite frankly, varying qualities that we're handing over to teachers. That leads to a huge inequity across the state in what teachers are doing with what the department gives them. And we know this because we surveyed all of our districts, and we got about 65% of our districts responded and said, and what we learned is that, again, districts are spending anywhere from $0 to $1.1 million on unpacking new standards when they arrive. And that is not okay. We have some districts that have 3 people in their central office. They do not have the capacity nor the money to bring in an outside group to help teachers unpack standards, let alone devise lesson plans. The other thing is that what we learned through public records requests from the media during the history standards process is that the process of drafting and revising the standards was very much an internal process. It is an internal process because it happens at DPI, but when it came time to show through public records requests what had been changed, what hadn't been changed, we didn't have a paper trail because it is such a tight internal process. And so what you've created will allow for there to be like a blockchain, for example. It's really like a blockchain of a record of every single change that was made based on our own internal recommendations or the board's recommendations upon sending back a draft set of standards for further review. I also think that what happened with our history standards is it's very exemplary of why we need to have such a tight process that is that lives in the public domain and is allows for cohesion and consistency. And I will. Oh, and then one more thing. The other thing that we realized is that with something like computer science, we can't wait 5 to 7 years, which is the expected time frame for. We can't wait 5 to 7 years to tweak standards. Things move too quickly. Things are changing. We learn more, and when we learn more and we learn better, we do better. So, I'll stop there. Thank you.
I have a question, if I might, to follow up on your point, Superintendent Truitt, with regard to the standardization of standards frameworks, on building on the word standardization. Do you see the standard, this model applying to fields like CTE? Is their content area and their expectations for mastery and they have so many programs, I just can't, I'm looking at this menu of programs that fall under CTE, probably more than 100. So do those content areas fit this model of Bloom?
Yeah, any course that has standards that live on the department's website. So we don't have standards, for example, for an elective like sociology.
Right.
But if it is a course that has required standards that live on our website that are approved by this board, they need to follow the templates that are provided.
Okay, so that's the differentiation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a difference.
Thank you, Superintendent. That was very helpful, that background. Any other questions before we move on? Yes.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I know that I am one of those educators who, when we are given the unpacking documents, because I will look at a standard and be like, how does that break down? Like, that's a part of the process, is breaking it down and making sure that I can implement something that will truly get my kids to success. So looking at, as you were talking, you talked about how the unpacking documents will also be in there, which is, I always call that like the differentiation document, for me to see, okay, let me see what you were thinking when you wrote the standard so that I can make sure that I am getting children there. I know you mentioned that there was going to be the data review team as well as the writing team, and how you wanted to make sure that all stakeholders were included. Now, I'm new to the team, so I just wanted to ask a question around, I know you talked about teachers in different positions. What is the makeup, and how are those teachers or whoever is involved in that both of those teams, how does that work? How are they chosen?
That's a great question. There's an application process, and it blasts out. We send it out on our listservs, but we also reach out to partners through state organizations, through any partner. We throw it out there, and we look at different roles. So we want to make sure the teacher voice is very strong within that. We want to make sure that coaches are involved, administrators, district leaders. So we look across the board. We look at community and business leaders as well. So we have a makeup of positions, and then we also look across the regions, and we also look at making sure there's diversity across the team, so that it's representative of our state across all the regions, across PSUs as well as charters.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I just wanted to just make sure I had a clear understanding of that we're all in this work together, and that our children are truly represented in what we want them to achieve as well. So thank you so much for answering that question.
Yes, and another thing that's been baked in is once the applications go out and there's a rubric or criteria to look at for choosing, there will be not just the content area team that chooses. So there'll be a cross-agency team that takes a look at it, and then it's brought to leadership for their review as well, to make sure that there is the representation that needs to be.
And that's for both teams,
Both
correct?
teams.
So the review team as well as the writing team, okay?
Both teams.
It's beautiful.
All right, seeing no other hands in the air, thank you, Dr. Day. We will move on to our second item of new business, which is early literacy letters update. So I know we're all anxious to hear how these first few months have gone. Ms. Ryan.
So good afternoon, Vice Chair Duncan, Superintendent Truitt, members of the board, stakeholders, colleagues. Thank you for your time today as I provide the letters update and as we close out this first semester. So while there has certainly been some angst and anticipation with the initial implementation of Letters PD during the pandemic, we also want to recognize that there have been multiple and lots of celebrations and successes along the way that sometimes you might not hear about as a board member. You might just hear some of the negative things that are happening. So we want to make sure we had a chance to highlight some of these today. And you'll see those here on this particular slide. But the one thing I do want to move along to is specifically, along with these general successes that we have listed here, are the partnership, the flexibility, and the refinements. The superstars in all of this are the educators in Cohort 1. They absolutely have been what we commonly refer to them as our trailblazers, the real heroes, if you will. They've provided ongoing feedback through individual meetings, regional meetings, training sessions, conferences, and their willingness to share their lessons learned and tips for future cohorts has been extremely helpful in the implementation process. They've jumped in to help lead sessions, answer questions, and share resources with their colleagues. And you've received a copy of that today. You should have received a copy of their tips and tricks and what they've shared, what we're going to call letters from the field, as we're continuing to share these out. And you'll see a quote here from Simon Sinek that, it's not about the title specifically, it's about those who are willing to risk first and take that courage to go first. And they certainly have done that in this particular situation. But you do have 4 pages of tips and tricks that they have learned and helped us learn along the way. Some of those general challenges, though, we continue to hear and we see as trends. The delayed start did cause some complications to where we had to allow for an extension for Cohort 1 so we could get rid of the after-school hours as much as possible, or the weekends as much as possible, due to capacity from Voyager Sopris. Since then, however, they have added other trainers and presenters to work on that capacity and help us there. We've also, as you know, across the entire state, not just North Carolina, substitutes continue to be an issue. So we've had to be creative and help our districts talk about some things they can do as far as rather than have 6-hour sessions, you can break it down into 2 3-hour sessions and possibly share and rotate some subs. So in addition to the qualitative pieces, if you'll jump ahead just a couple slides, Deanna, to the numbers so far and where we are. Over 10,000 educators have attended their first LETRS professional development. And with this, that was pulled on November 16th. And then also with that, Cohort 1 has 30 districts, but 30% of Cohort 1 district administrators have already completed their entire training. 47% will finish this month, and 60% of Cohort 1 districts will finish the admin training in January, all well ahead of schedule. And likewise, 60% of Cohort 1 K-5 teachers, coaches, EC, and EL teachers will have completed Units 1 and 2 in January, even with the extension that we've offered. Units 1, just a reminder, is the science, which sometimes can be causes a little angst and nervousness and not nearly as exciting for teachers. But when you get into Units 2, you start to see the strategies and how you can use that in phonemic awareness. Our K2 teachers are a little more excited about Unit 1 than some of our 3-5 teachers, but when they get to flip and start to see what happens in those later units around the language and the comprehension pieces, then that kind of switches and K2 can see what happens and how that impacts overall reading. We are in the midst of planning with over 30 Cohort 2 districts with much more flexibility based on what we have learned. Voyager-Sopris will finish up with we have 4 to 5 districts that are planning with them this week from Cohort 2. Several of these districts have kickoff meetings this month, and most of them actually will have their kickoff meetings in January to officially get started, so they're moving right along. Remember, also in Cohort 2, we have about 7 to 8 districts who started well before North Carolina did, so they do have a little bit of an advantage, some of those districts as well. Another celebration, which includes the fact that we have 46 districts that have contracted with Voyager-Sopris for additional LETRS licenses. Remember, this is above and beyond what we are paying for as a state. These districts have chosen to also train district leaders, train assistant principals, literacy specialists, psychologists, and other positions. Those are just to mention a few. 4 charters are paying for that as well. And your RESAs and community members are really stepping up to embrace what's happening. We're hearing of RESAs and communities aligning their efforts around the science of reading. Bless you. And we're also talking about the fact that our community's coming together and paying for these positions. It's not just falling on DPL. As we're collaborating and aligning, our EPP partners also have 5 lab schools participating in LETRS PD, as well as pre-service teachers in 6 universities and 6 universities and 15 universities have their faculty participating as well. Voyager-Sopris has captured some of the feedback from our administrators you'll see on the next 2 slides, as well as teachers. And I've also had the opportunity to speak to a district leader who came up to us at one specific conference that really kind of stood out, and I wanted to share that with you. When she was on the verge of retirement, and when she heard what North Carolina was doing, she was supposed to retire, but she decided that she believed in this and wanted to see this through, so she stayed in her district position to make sure that she could continue to support these efforts because she truly believed in that. So we're seeing that shift in mindset as well. But speaking of district leaders, Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools has been an exceptional leader in Cohort 1. Early in this process, when districts had questions, we knew exactly who to send them to. And just as a footnote, you might want to keep in mind too that we are also videoing several districts coming up this coming week, and Winston-Salem is one of those, so you'll see those in our next Science of Reading videos that's coming out because we are working on our communication, and we have some little clips talking about our message of hope and where we're headed. So you're going to see more of that as we're beginning to highlight and working on our communication plans. But without further ado, I would love to introduce you to the real heroes in this work that I referenced earlier. This is Miss Nicolette Grant, who is the Chief Academic Officer, and Dr. Shajada Latin, the Executive Director of Teaching and Learning. Unfortunately, Stephanie Ward could not be with us, but they are the true heroes that I would like to turn this over to at this time.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. As you mentioned, Stephanie's not here. Stephanie is amazing, so hopefully you'll get a chance at some time to see the work that she has done. Very passionate about literacy and is really our trailblazer in our district. So first, I want to just thank you so much for letting us represent Cohort 1. You can go to the next slide. We want to thank our partners with LETRS. They have been absolutely tremendous. Jane Priest and Cassandra Wheeler have been responsive, have been wonderful to work with, and we were so excited that we were the first district in the state to actually get our dates scheduled for letters, and they were really instrumental in being flexible and working with us. So what I want to do next is just share kind of the groundwork that we did in Winston-Salem. I really want to just express how proud I am of the staff in Winston-Salem, our superintendent, our principals, our central office staff, as well as our teachers. Before letters rolled out, we had laid some groundwork, and we were primed and ready for letters to come to us. We started by developing a framework for teaching and learning in the beginning of 2020. That framework included having rigorous curriculum, effective instructional strategies, the systematic use of data. We realized that we had lots of data, we looked at data, but we didn't know how to use it to do anything differently to drive instruction. And so we really wanted to use it systematically, as well as having high quality professional development and coaching. Our framework also included having a growth mindset and high expectations for all children, as well as being focused on personalized learning and differentiation, equity and inclusion, and social emotional learning for our teachers and for our students. After developing our framework for teaching and learning, we developed a literacy framework, which was really in-depth, detailed. We had a team of experts in our district that spent months researching best practices in literacy, as well as having a chance to visit with the state superintendent of Mississippi to find out how they received such great gains in their NAEP scores. We also went to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania to see how letters was implemented in that school district and resulting in high quality learning experiences. And then after our literacy framework came out, the state's comprehensive plan for reading achievement came out, and it was perfectly aligned to our work, which is all based on the science of reading. Next, we adopted a new curriculum. It was the first time we adopted one in about 15 years, and that curriculum was aligned to our literacy framework and our framework for teaching and learning. And then we rolled out professional development for our teachers, not only on reading research to classroom practice, Heggerty training, our new textbook adoption, but also the science of reading. And then we hired additional coaches, both at central office and coaches in the schools, to offer side-by-side support for teachers. So all of this was put into place just as we found out that we were selected as a cohort 1 school. So next I'll turn it over to Dr. Lattin, who will talk with you about our implementation.
So after trying to contain our excitement that we were actually going to be members of Cohort 1, we knew that we had to have a seamless launch. And with that seamless launch, we knew that the messaging had to be right. And so we knew we just could not say, hey, this is just something that the state is requiring us to do. We had to create a sense of urgency for now, and we did that. And so that helped us to introduce letters as what I describe as the professional learning lever that really shifted the culture of reading in our district. And we wanted to promote joy, we wanted to promote love. Yes, we wanted to promote achievement, but making sure that we captured all of those things. And so we did have some initial challenges. If you ask Cassandra, if you ask Jane, they would tell you we had multiple drafts of what our calendar should look like, but we needed to make sure that it was aligned with our district calendar. And so we had multiple drafts. We talked with Jane and Cassandra. They were absolutely accommodating to whatever we needed. And even when we had last minute changes, they were very, very accommodating. And so we wanted to make sure that as teachers looked at the requirements and what it took in terms of time, we asked ourselves, hey, is there any way that we can provide any additional funding to help teachers with the additional time that it would take after the school day? And so we were able to meet as a team. We probably had many meetings more than we should, but Nicolette was very gracious. And so we can go to the next slide. And so we had some solutions. And so we were able to provide them with a stipend. And then from there, we knew we wanted to be first partakers. And so we had a community partner that was gracious enough to fund 19 of district leaders that we actually started before our school started. And so we started in July, actually. And so we are going through it right now. We're in Unit 3. And our face-to-face session for Unit 3 is actually Friday. And our teachers have just started Unit 2. And so some of the kind of the ahs, the complaints that we may have seen or experienced in Unit 1, Unit 2 is a game changer. And so it's actually putting into practice what they saw from the what I call the science part of Unit 1. And so all throughout, I would say July, throughout now, we tried to make sure that we had what I consider to be overview sessions for principals. They were optional. Every principal attended. When they attended the PAPA sessions, they were like, where's our primer? We didn't get it yet. And we were like, well, we can't give it to you yet. We don't have it. And so it was just really good to see that sense of urgency not just lied within district leaders, but it lied within our entire district. Next slide. So the state, DPI was really, I say, integral in terms of the documents that they shared with us. We studied, we reviewed, we went back and we looked at the FAQ document. We're like, hey, we need to change this, we need to tweak that. And it just really worked. I think Amy, Mary, Francis, I think they're tired of us, to be frank. But they were so supportive. They were extremely supportive. And so a huge thank you to the DPI team. We created a timeline, which is on the next slide. And this timeline included things that we knew that we had in terms of work days on our district calendar. But we knew because our district was so big, we were actually having about 1,400-ish teachers. And so we had to do some innovative types of timing. And so if you look at this a little bit closely, you'll see that they're day sessions. They're multiple day sessions. They were, Voyager Sopers was able to provide us 12 facilitators at a time. Initially, we were able to assign 40 teachers to that, and they did increase us to about 44 teachers per session. And then we also had after school hours, and so we had afternoon sessions as well. And so here we are. What did we learn from this as we're still learning? We wanted to make sure that whatever DPI provided to us, that we took that to heart. And so before we made any moves, we made sure that we looked at those supporting documents. We wanted to make sure that not only teachers, not only principals, but we wanted to make sure that the community knew exactly what LETRS was. We wanted to make sure that our local Board of Education actually knew what it was. We've invited them in, and they're actually excited to attend, and they have talked about some of the really good takeaways that teachers have actually emailed them. And so as we're doing this, we have a couple of concerns in terms of makeup sessions for teachers and staff that are on medical leave, and we're working with DPI as well as the Voyager Sopers team to do that. And then making sure that we're monitoring and our pacing and completion rates. And so the 22nd and the 23rd of November were huge dates for our second part of Unit 2. And so we had a little bit of little angst, but our school board was amazing. They allowed our teachers to have flexibility in terms of what those dates look like. And so Stephanie, although she is not here, she's been sending tons of emails. And so she sent us an email just to say that we have over half of our teachers that are already completed with Unit 2. And so that is just the last update that I wanted to share based on the 3 bullet points that you see before you. So as of before November 22nd and 23rd, because we had face-to-face sessions on those days, we had 1,416 active participants involved in LETRS, and that is tremendous, tremendous. So what is our next steps? Our next steps include making sure that we continue to support teachers, making sure that we are a voice, making sure that we're just not somebody that's just looking at compliance, but actually having what we consider to be office hours so that we're discussing it, so that we're looking at the research to classroom practice, and we're saying, hey, do we see improvements? And several of coaches, several of the district coaches, Stephanie, we've taken on that research to classroom practice to heart. We have kids as well. So we're not just telling our teachers something that we're not doing. And so making sure that the support is continuous is something that we are dedicated to doing. And so that's the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you both for making that real. Questions or comments from around the table? Yes, Ms. Clark.
I just wanted to say I'm ready for my training as well. I believe my district is in like cohort 3, but if there's any way we can make it happen sooner, that'd be great. But thank you so much for lifting that up. I really was excited. You got me excited, so I really appreciate that. My hope is that because Winston-Salem Forsyth has had such a wonderful experience, and really, I was in a district recently, and they're in like cohort 2, I believe, and they were previewing, like they had a meeting with their teachers and got them excited, right? Because we as educators, we need to be poured into right now more than ever, and this is a fabulous way to do that. But I really hope that I can call Winston-Salem Forsyth if there are some things that other districts, if you found that there was problems with certain units, or you knew that your teachers needed more support in certain areas. I hope that those conversations are happening so that those future cohorts, that are in number 3 like me, that we can call on you to really lift up and support all of our other districts as well, so that we can get ahead of some other problems that may occur or difficulties that may happen. So thank you all so much for sharing that.
Tips and tricks. Yes.
Thank you. And thank you for that fine presentation on the training. I have a question that I've been asked. Those evening training times, 5 to 8 p.m. and 4:30 to 7:30 p.m. Were they chosen? Did they volunteer for those time frames? How did you sell that part of it? That's what I've been hearing.
No, that's perfect. And when we started out, before we gave the extension and realized we needed to give the extension due to capacity, Bossier Sobers didn't have the number of trainers they thought to handle the workload. And I'll let Winston talk specifically about theirs, but I know, for example, in CMS, they're very large. They gave options. Some people preferred to do evenings. It was too much. They didn't want to sub in their class. Others, it was based on the initial decisions that were made, but when we offered the extension, they came back and took those away and removed those and moved them to later in the year, up to August.
Okay.
But,
And same thing, the teachers did have options, and the teachers did prefer the daytime sessions, but then they filled, and so some teachers did have to take the evening sessions. Going forward, we're already working on our calendar for next school year, and we're trying to build in some early release days next year so that we can get more sessions during the day. That is what the teachers prefer. At the timing in which this rolled out, we didn't have the chance to adjust our calendar the way we would have liked to. So for cohorts 2 and 3, getting ahead of your calendar for next year and building in teacher work days and early release days are going to be really important.
Thank you. Now I know the answer for some of this.
It's been a work in progress over the last few months, and I think the flexibility that it sounds like Bossier Sobers and the department and the districts, everybody's been willing to be flexible.
absolutely. And we've established a PLN so we can get feedback from these districts to say what's working, what's not working, what are your drivers, what are your barriers, are there things that we can advocate for within our circle of control versus the circle of influence, or is that just out of our hands? And the why behind that. So top tip, number 1, the messaging from leadership and down, up, around, as far as you can go is huge. Top tip number 2, make a friend in a previous cohort. That would be because they've lived it already. So.
One more thing I'd like to say, is just as a community, if we can just validate and thank the teachers. This is a tremendous undertaking, a great learning experience, but it is a lot to ask for teachers, as they're also dealing with students who are coming back with a year and a half of learning loss and socialization loss. And so anything that we can do to take something off of the teacher's plate, anything that we can do to validate and thank them for what they're doing and to make sure we incorporate this into everything that they're doing would be really appreciated, as well as the stipends for teachers after hour would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you for that message. Anything else? Yes, Superintendent.
I want to thank you for being in cohort 1. Every place I go, when I was at the conference this past week, every time I was in a room, I said, "Who's in cohort 1?" We have to thank those who went first, because it's a heavy undertaking, not just because of the time and the mental energy, but we're asking teachers to do a paradigm. Most teachers, we're asking to do a paradigm shift of the way they've been teaching early literacy instruction for years. And we're saying to them, there's a better way that's aligned to what the science says. And really quick, I just have to share this anecdote. About 2 months ago, the team, we were visiting a classroom in one of our rural districts, and the principal was so excited to take me to see this particular teacher. And he said, you know, she's a lateral entry teacher. She's just amazing. Her students love her. This was a 3rd grade class. So we go in, all the kids are on task, and it's controlled chaos, right? It sounds like everybody's engaged, and the kids are really into what they're doing. She was working with a group of about 5 kids. They had their readers out, and she was doing a reading lesson with them, and she was using the 3-cueing method, which is not aligned to the science of reading. So she held up the book, and she said there was a picture of a horse, and there was the word horse. And she said, what is this? She said, you see this picture, right? And they all said yes. And she said, what is this word? And what do you think they said?
Pony.
Pony. Not horse. That's why so many children cannot read, because that is not how the brain does not learn to read visually through pictures. If you don't learn to decode and to sound out words, you will not be a proficient reader. So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just have to make an observation here. We started out the day with Sally B. Howard, and then we went to Southside Ashpole, and then we've been to Winston-Salem. And I think the words joy and love have been part of every one of those presentations. And so thank you for reminding us how important that is, and this has been a day of being reminded of that. So thank you so much. Action on first read, SLA 1, report to the JLEOC, broaden access and successful participation in advanced coursework. Ms. Shaw Coltrane.
Hello. Happy afternoon. It's so good to see everybody. Why are you laughing, Mr. Freebird in the Shire?
I know.
Of all the people to laugh at my excitement.
He's excited for Christmas.
Yeah. You know, I won't say what I actually said in the back. We'll talk about that. Anyhow, back to business. So we are here, and I have with me Beth Cross, whom you all have met on and off as well, to share with you our annual report about advanced courses, which is focused on AP, IB, and Cambridge. We'll do CCP courses in the spring. So just want to make sure, and that's just how we do it. Well, it's how the legislation tells us we do it. So today what we're going to do is I'm going to give you an overview of the actual report, because we always have new friends here at the table, and it's good for those of us that have been here a while to also just be reminded of why we do this. And then we're going to really talk about some next steps for continued improvement. We had some great taped videos for you from across the state. Weren't working this morning in the house, so we're going to send them to you, and Beth is going to talk you through those. So we'll get you enticed to make sure you click on them in the Friday update. So I do want to remind you that you know, we've had AP courses and IB courses for decades, right, in our state. But we do now have, as of several years ago in 2014, legislation. And this legislation really is about broadening access and successful participation. So it really addresses what you've heard me talk about for a long time, the idea of equity and excellence, right? And that they both have to move forward together. And that's what this legislation's all about. And it fits so nicely both into the strategic plan of the board. It fits incredibly well with Operation Polaris, and just with what we know to be good, right? Good for our kids. So, of course, it does also remind us to really specifically give some targeted support for our low-performing districts, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. So, speaking of that targeted, so we build capacity with this legislation, and how we do that is through a partnership with College Board. So those of you that are new here, we do have a $2 million contract with them, and they work with districts. They provide coaches. They do all sorts of things. So so that's there. The other piece is it does ensure access. So with the 2014 legislation, it did give us funding for exam fees and registration fees, which we know is a barrier, right? And so our state has the incredible foresight and the great support of doing that. It also funds professional development, which is so important, especially in some of our low-performing areas and our less resourced areas where there may not be a cohort of teachers teaching, AP stats, right? There may be one in a school, and so we really need to get support around them. And then, like I already mentioned, which is always important to me, the idea of supporting equity and excellence. So with the partnership, one of their goals is targeted district support. And so they focus on our low-performing districts, both that are on the official list, okay, but also those that are low-performing with AP. And we have actually 3 full-time staff plus a part-time person now. I would think Mr. Keeler's kind of part-time, who really spend their time in districts, work with districts, work with superintendents, work with teachers, etc. We also do statewide support. You know me, I'm all about tiering support. And so they do a lot of general professional development. We've been doing AP Summer Institute training, AP mentoring program. So if there is a teacher teaching AP chemistry, and that's maybe they may not feel as comfortable with, they're put in a virtual kind of PLC, which is lovely with experts around the state and the country. And I've already mentioned to you what that cost us. So we are very grateful for that. Now, the exams. I think that's on the next slide. I think, if you don't mind. Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you. The exams this past year, we spent a little bit over $13 million on exams. That's the day when I signed that little invoice before it goes to Alexis's shop. I'm like, wow, who would have thought a 3rd grade teacher would be signing something that says $13 million? For me, that's a lot, That's just, but needless to say, $13 million. And then the other thing that we continue to be so proud of is just the local initiatives that are happening around this. Both VPS and School of Math and Science are doing incredible work. School of Math and Science, we know VPS, y'all don't hear as much about School of Math and Science, but they do free courses for kids, right, as a service, and do other coaching, and it's just lovely, as of course you know VPS. Beth and Trey's team actually have also worked this year on integrating some key AP courses into CTE pathways as well, officially. So we have computer science A, computer science principles, which are really 2 primary high school computer science courses, and then AP macro and microeconomics and AP stats built into pathways, because we really are trying to show students and families and teachers how things can be woven together, and it's not about A or B, right? It's how do we braid things together, to use Michael's term from yesterday.
Will be starting next school year.
Okay, next school year, yes. So as you can see, it continues to support your strategic plan, just as a reminder there. Now let's dig into some numbers. We, just like kind of everything else, we did have a drop last year. But not as much as the nation. So you know me, I'm all about silver lining. So we dropped 0.3% from the year prior. Nationwide, it was 4.4%. So if I had rounded differently, we could have just said we didn't have a decrease, but I didn't do that. I stayed true to the 10th decimal. But overall, I think that's something to say for the efforts of our North Carolina teachers and what they did with our students, and really taking the lead of College Board, who helped get students computers, et cetera, during the pandemic, and continuing to work. I will say, as a parent, The teachers who worked really hard last April and May, because that test was still happening, were your AP teachers. They were not gonna let those kids slide, and that's great. We did see demographic, decrease all with everything. Again, not as much as national. I will say we had one positive number, our Hispanic students, and so I want to give a shout out for that. We actually increased last year, 2.8%. As compared to a 5% decrease nationally. So super, super happy about that. And that continues. If you recall last year, there was a lot going on last year at this time, so you may not recall. But our Hispanic numbers and Black numbers have been increasing, and so that continues to see that. Now, we did see a decrease in performance for our Hispanic students. And of course, we know the first step is to have them take the test, so that's good. We did see a decrease, but not as much of a decrease as national. I will take that as a win. But of course, with everything last year, we have to keep working on moving forward. Some other, and then you have some other data there for you to look at. We can just keep going, Deanna, if you're interested. The next slide, though, has something that we're going to bring to you also with CCP that I just love, that we're starting to do bigger data dives in my little small but mighty team. And this is a really interesting data point that I think we need to kind of go back and even track, is that 39% of graduates last year had taken at least one advanced college level course. That's AP, IB, or Cambridge. That doesn't include our CCP. I will bring you those numbers when I bring CCP. But if we think about that, that's really, like, I have chills. Like, that's really something to be proud of, to think 39% had interest and a passion and felt like they wanted to attempt college level work in high school. I think that's something, pretty impressive. We have all sorts of other data in here. Feel free to peruse that. In the report, you have even more data. Let us know if you have any questions. Dr. Oxendine, your question from the committee report will be coming to you in the Friday update. So we have that almost ready to go for you that you had asked. So that will come to you, and we will get that, which was specific about course exams and the success on those exams. So we will have that for you in the Friday update.
Thank you very much. It was on my mind.
Yep, we got you. I have my little note. Dr. O's question.
Dr. O, I love that.
And now Beth is going to do some of the more fun stuff now, which, Beth enjoys. And she's going to talk about kind of some of our next steps and share with you some stories. And then we hope you will click on the videos that you get in the Friday.
Yes, thank you, Sneha. And what I'm doing now is, thanks to Ms. Floyd, you gave me the word, the strategy. I'm going to give you a preview of what is in the videos that you'll see. We're really excited to highlight 3 different regions across the state, because what Sneha has given you and what's in our report is really only part of the story. And now, here's the rest of the story. Thank you, Paul Harvey. So first, Onslow County Schools, I wanted to highlight them and lift up Michael Elder, who's Director of College and Career Readiness, and Principal Brad Staley of Richlands High School. They, in their video, will talk to you about 5 years ago, looking at their data, and they found many students who would benefit from taking AP courses were not. And so they had conversations with students, with families, with staff, about that, and highlighting the following things: that there's college credit to be earned if you go forth with this, and all of these highlight mainly AP. They were talking about taking the fear out of rigor, really trying to talk students into taking that first course, give it a try, putting supports in place so that they'll take more. They looked at their, oh, here they are, see? The video just wouldn't work. So there they are. Great, thank you, Deanna. It helps to see their faces too while I'm lifting them up. They also looked at structures that might be keeping students from accessing advanced courses. So they overhauled the entire master schedule and scheduled their AP courses away from popular electives, away from other AP courses, and away from CCP courses, so the students didn't have to make a choice. I appreciate that. They put supports for students to be successful. They want them to have a great experience, exposed to the college level materials, so that they will continue to take higher level courses. They also gave a shout out to the North Carolina AP Partnership, Kathleen Cook, Jerry McMahon, and Michelle Lorsey. I wanted to highlight them, and Bard Keeler, sorry. They talked about the funding for world-class training that they provide, and really are appreciative of the legislation that knocks down the financial obstacles for students to take these courses and these exams. Their vision is the more doors we open, the more students will come in. The more we believe in them, they see that in themselves as well. So I really appreciate that. They also have started something called a Future Focused Families, kind of a partner parent academy over the last year, and they're really partnering with CFNC to help make families aware of opportunities like scholarships and the FAFSA, which is something. If you're a parent and
we gotta talk about
right. So then I'd also like to highlight Durham Public Schools. Thanks to the work of Laura Parrott at the district office, District Director of Advanced Academics, and the work at Jordan High School of Principal Susan Taylor and the AIG or AP Specialist Brian McDonald. They have been working on this for about 5 or 6 years, really working on access. And they have teachers going to classrooms talking about AP classes and trying to get students engaged and excited. And then they found that we probably were missing a voice. We're missing that student voice. And so they empower their student leaders to talk about why AP at Jordan specifically. And they did a great job. I'll tell you, you're going to see 5 or 6, maybe 7 students, high school students, when you click on that link. And you're going to hear them talking about things that they're, like the strengths of the teachers and what the teachers have done for them, the amount of offerings, allowing for students to take a lot of courses within their interests. One student talks about, these really developed important skills for me. AP Lang helped me learn how to write and helped me develop my skills there. AP Seminar gave me confidence in public speaking and presentation and defending a certain position and supporting it with evidence in AP US History. So they're naming the courses and talking about how it helped them. I love this one student said, one of the challenges that I faced was the language in AP classrooms, but it improved my writing, my public speaking, and my grammar. And so the students they're gonna show this marketing video to all the students in the school. Every student in the school will see this. Then they have 2 students who are former Jordan students who are on their college campus talking about how AP prepared them for college. So it really runs the gamut. It's a great video. I'm hoping that you're getting excited now. One more that I want to talk to you about is Transylvania County Schools. This was a teacher-driven idea. They're Brevard High School. Josh Tinsley and Heidi Bullock, the AIG coordinator, worked together. Mr. Tinsley attended a professional development that really reframed his lens to take a look at his own course at the high school, and he noticed that he really needed to find more students of color and more students who are from a low socioeconomic background. And so collecting data was a little bit of an obstacle because there were no scores for their 9th grade students, and he teaches AP Lang and composition. And they had not taken their English 2 course yet. So they gathered data all the way back for these students, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade EOGs. And they, Heidi, Ms. Bullock did most of this where she collected on a spreadsheet, she masked the data to help Josh look at trends. They found students who had experienced an honors class, and then contacted each of these students individually in person to have a conversation with them about their success. They've been successful, and we want to see you continue that in higher level classes. So it's turning out great, and they're hoping, what he's hoping to do is to then do that for AP Lit and then other departments in the school. And so this is something that we are going to continue to do. I think that you may remember our AIG department has our call to action and our guidebook of promising practices. Here is just an initial look at some promising practices for our AP programs across the state, and I look forward to bringing that information to you later. And that's the rest of the story. Maybe a small step in some of the examples that I gave, larger steps than other examples, but things are moving. And things are moving out in their schools, and again, our teachers, our principals, our students and families are making it work and venturing. So I look forward to broadening access to advanced courses across North Carolina even more. So thank you so much for your time.
Questions, comments about this great work?
I would just like to say to Ms. Shackleton and Ms. Cross, thank you for your hard work, thank you for your presentation and the work you've shared. But most of all, thank you for your hard work every day toward making progress on your banner goals of increasing access for students to challenging instruction and high-quality opportunities, to your banner mission of increasing rigor and true differentiation for kids. I mean, look at differentiation. It's such a misunderstood concept, and it means so many things to different people. So thank you for that work. And I just wanted to bring to the board a celebration point. We highlighted this at the AIM conference, but we had students there from our AP computer science course at one of our high schools, and that's embedded in the CTE curriculum. So I just wanted to highlight that and say, great job with that, and it's working well. We're in our second year of it, and our kids are totally excited, and that was on full display this week, so thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Williams has an incredible partner named Amy Williams, who has been one of our regional leaders. I just have to give a shout out. Volunteer regional leadership, because we don't have regional staff. Incredible. So this family is a pretty incredible educator here and there. So we're very grateful.
Thanks to you both.
Of course.
Our next item is SLA 2, which is a discussion item. Learning, Recovery, and Acceleration Research and Evaluation Priorities. Dr. Korn. This is our homework item from last time. Dr. Korn posed some questions for us, and so here she is to remind us of what we're hoping to discuss today.
Yes, thank you guys so much. Good afternoon. As you were just reminded, so we did a presentation and update to the board last month on the process we'd been using to develop the research and evaluation plan, and had come to consensus as a leadership team in the building around the purpose of the research and evaluation, with the intent being to evaluate the implementation and impact of the interventions sponsored by the Office of Learning, Recovery, and Acceleration. Then we also wanted to use research to think about how we could identify promising practices out in the field. And so we provided an evaluation plan, an overview, and so the next, really this portion of the meeting is really just discussion. Wanted to hear back from the board kind of what your reactions were to some of the data points that were identified by leadership inside the department. Thinking about outcomes of interest and contextual variables that we want to make sure we're doing data analysis on. We also want to think about what sort of deliverables would be helpful to the board and to leaders at the state and local level over the next couple of years. And then just also wanted to have some discussion about if you all are aware of any ongoing research and evaluation studies, or if there are research partners that you all trust and know that do good work in your districts, wanting to make sure we're elevating and partnering with those research resources around the state. And then finally, again, this notion of lifting up promising practices. We've been having discussions. We're just starting our discussions with the field around the research and evaluation work. We did a session at AIM, Dr. Taylor and I did one yesterday, and we had 40, 50 practitioners talking with us about their reaction, what they thought about some of these initial ideas. It was a really rich and robust conversation. So really just wanting to have some of that discussion with you all today.
So, Dr. Korn, would you like to address the questions like one at a time, or how?
Yes, ma'am, that would be great. So the first one that we posed was really just wanted to know if anything was missing from this list and the list that was included in your board materials and as part of the draft research and evaluation plan of student characteristics and or contextual variables. Because what we want to do is make sure that the data it's like the quality of of data that goes in is the quality of the report and analysis we can get on the other end. So we want to make sure that the data we're including are the right ones. And I did get some feedback actually from that session yesterday that the CTE director from Perquimans County emailed me this morning and said, I didn't get a chance to talk to you about this yesterday, but I really think it's important that we think about the impact of the loss, some of the loss that we've had around bus drivers and school support staff, what the academic impacts are for that. Like if kids can't get to school on time, what does that mean for lost instructional time, for potentially missing out, not being in school for certain assessments? So that was one piece of feedback I got this morning.
I do have a quick question. I don't have an answer to the homework, but I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So the question is this. How are you going to separate out students who are in double categories?
So the way that the data file will be set up is the way typically it's set up is there's a row for every single student, and then there's an indicator in the column, so you'll be able to see if a student falls in more than one category, and if they potentially have multiple characteristics of interest. So if a student is black and in a low wealth district and you'd be able to kind of tease that out. But we want to make sure that we know on the front end all the things that, all the characteristics that we want to be able to look on as we're reporting out or looking at dashboards or looking at that kind of stuff. Yes, sir.
So a couple of things on student characteristics. One thing on that. Do we want to be able to know how many students were retained a grade?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Then on the district school contextual factors, I can think of a lot, so I'll just say a couple. What is the average educational achievement of the parents, of the adults in that district? What is the average compensation or average annual salary for a family in that particular district or school? They tend to affect significantly academic results from data I've seen in the past, so I think that's context you would want.
And that's something, so when you're like in Guilford County, that was some analysis they did, probably using census data, I would think.
Yeah. Well, by way of example, Guilford County is considerably different than Wake County.
Absolutely.
More similar to Mecklenburg County than you would think, not identical, but a little more similar to Mecklenburg than you might think. But yes, there's a lot of comparisons that you can do, and they do, if we're looking for context, they do reflect.
Absolutely.
And obviously in many of our rural counties, whether east or west, there's again another set of data that's different than what you might see otherwise.
On the student characteristics, how many different schools they have attended, and not like that they've gone from like an elementary to a middle school, that it's a feeder school, but like, is it a student who has been in one school 9 through 12, or is it a student who has been in multiple schools 9 through 12? Have they moved interstate?
So like a mobility.
Right, a mobility. Mobility is probably the
Student
same.
mobility. No, that's great. That's a really good one.
Well, your comment from Perquimans, it's not just, we know that there are staffing problems across the state, but some districts are impacted, particularly the ones that were having staffing problems pre-COVID, have been more severely impacted than others. So the impact of not just support staff, but also just teaching staff shortages perhaps.
So we could create some variables at the school and district level that include some of the staffing shortages information. So schools that we know where there's information about long-term subs or staffing shortages of different kind of categories of personnel at the school and district level.
Anything else on either of those categories? Although obviously Dr. Korn is available after this meeting if you have thoughts that come to you. But in the interest of time, we probably should, let's go on to question 2. Oh, wait, we're still in question 1.
Oh, these are outcomes. These are specific to outcomes. So there's student and family specific outcomes, obviously a lot of academic outcomes, and then educator outcomes. we made sure that these were aligned and looked at, you know, the outcomes that are articulated in Operation Polaris, State Board Strategic Plan, and in the Comprehensive Remedial Plan. So just wanting to make sure that we've captured and reflected, because we want to be able to report out against those kind of guiding documents.
Thoughts on this slide? All right. Looks like that one's pretty thorough, Jenny. Question 2?
It's just being slow today. It's just been slow today. It's just moving slowly today.
Okay. So the next one is really about deliverables. So we all know that we're going to have some kind of mandated, those, you know, mandated reports that go to the legislature. So what we're trying to get a handle on, what other types of deliverables would be useful to this board? Like, one of our ideas is this clearinghouse of promising practices. So a place where district, you know, school, district, state level folks could go and based on evidence that we're collecting over the year, find promising practices around the state for, and where you can search by content area, by type of school, by type of district, that kind of stuff. But also just interested more broadly from the board's perspective about how we can make this data useful to the board and to local leaders.
I have a suggestion. You've got webinars there, but I think what would be a very good service is to have regional meetings to share the data, to explain it, to, I don't know, it's just maybe some discussions in forums, regional forums around it.
So leveraging, the work of the regional directors here at the department, making sure that we're coordinating that with them at the region level, and or the RESAs, but I think some OLR focused, so that it's kind of topic specific, and then in our, we would be able to have some supports around those agendas, and because it's not, I think it's going to need to be engaging principals and teachers and CAOs and superintendents. Like, it's really kind of across vertical alignment of those groups.
I would assume that you would be doing this anyway, but once you sort of establish this clearinghouse, you're also keeping data on how many hits you get or however. I mean, how is it being accessed and used? Yeah.
Okay. Nope, that's helpful. Absolutely.
But I think the regional idea is really good because the regional directors are aware of the needs in their particular area and may be able to do some matching with.
Absolutely.
And then out of that, I mean, this is really down the road, but out of the regional meetings could grow something like professional development around those strategies, best practices.
Make it action oriented based on the data that we're seeing.
Yeah, I think that was where my question was. Dr. Oxendine was like, in the clearinghouse, is it actually going to have a tangible tool inside for people to use? Or is it just, this is where you can go to get the help that you need?
I mean, we're still in, obviously, very much in the planning stage, and would certainly be, bringing kind of different versions for feedback back, to the board. But I certainly think that you want it. Like, it's really important to me that the work that we do around research and evaluation, that it's really approachable and usable to the folks in the field. Like, if we're collecting data for data's sake, I mean, it's just a waste of time if people aren't using it to make good decisions for kids and for teachers at the local level. So that will drive the work that, that we do in our office. Thank you.
Other thoughts on this one? All right, move on to question 3.
Okay, so this question is really trying to get a handle on on the research and evaluation going on in the public schools around the state. Like, we are research rich in this state with all the universities, all the institutes of higher education, the nonprofit kind of research organizations. So part of the work that I hope to is kind of being like an air traffic controller, like helping us to understand and learn from all the existing research going on around the state, bringing that information together in a way that everybody is able to use it to help inform what's going on in the local schools. And so I know that a lot of the schools, districts, a lot of the folks in this building have research partners that they've worked with over the years that they trust and that they go to when they're looking to study a new intervention. And so was just wondering if y'all have any recommendations about how we should be gathering that information and making those connections and trying to synthesize all that work.
I think probably a lot of administrators would know if they have a teacher in their school building that is doing some kind of action research project, because they would have to have given permission and then get all the forms filled out for that to happen. And that might be a good way. So maybe something similar to the clearinghouse idea that you have for the data. Maybe you could do a similar kind of survey of administrators and see if there are action research projects that could be used to inform how things are happening post-pandemic.
Yes.
Curiosity question, not a researcher. I do know enough about research studies to know that oftentimes there's I'll use the word placebo. How do we put something in place to measure intervention, recovery, and acceleration strategies in whole school, whole district, low performing, where there are lots of pockets of students who have multiple touches on all of the characteristics that were shared, versus perhaps a school that's doing very well academically because it has a large number of students that don't fit those demographics, yet they have students that would need the same recovery acceleration strategies but wouldn't be done perhaps at the school level. So where is what's the tool or the metric that would be used to say, we've done this here and we've had great success, but the students that didn't, I don't know how to articulate this, but where's the placebo, where's the, hey, we did this and we didn't do it here, but
you're hitting on one of the biggest difficulties with really rigorous educational research, like research with a capital R, right? Mm-hmm. That you have to be able to control for so many of those variables, and there's a huge influx of interventions and money because everybody wants to help and support kids and teachers, and so it takes there are pretty sophisticated analysis techniques that can be used with good data, but it takes a certain kind of researcher that knows how to do that. And so it's like, how do we lift, and I know that there is research like that going on in this state. Like, the quality of the research community in this state is virtually unparalleled. There's a handful of states that have. So I'm trying to think about exactly that, how we can harness the power of those people at that caliber doing the work in our state, in our schools, and also partner with teachers who are doing action research, who are the closest to the kids. So that's you're exactly hitting on what I'm trying to help kind of lift up. Like, what our office has this pretty unique opportunity to ask questions just like that, and to be able to partner with the top researchers at Duke and Carolina, and with a teacher at Broughton who is doing action research in her classroom. That's exactly what we're trying to, and it's hard. It's really hard to do, but I think having the conversation now and having these conversations, part of like my world for the next couple of months is going to be going out regionally and talking to the superintendents about this, having this exact same conversation with them, because I think they have to be part of the process. They have to feel like they're giving input and can tell us, oh, Dr. Korn, like, I worked with this outstanding researcher that helped me understand what was going on with my kindergarten readiness programs. Stuff like that, like really trying to have those conversations so that we can really maximize what we know about, because researchers are using our data, they're in our classrooms. So I feel like we should we should have the benefit of that analysis. That's exactly what we're trying to do.
All right, let's keep going.
Yep, and this final question, I think, is really just, we've identified some kind of big buckets for learning recovery and acceleration as a state. One is kind of academic interventions for students, enrichment programs for students, instructional materials, digital materials that are of high quality, developed by North Carolina teachers, diagnostic tools, and then supporting the educator workforce with coaching. Superintendent Truitt has been talking about professional development and career development for teachers. You guys talked about that in the panel today. And so, now that we've got these kind of 5 big buckets, now we need to know, in order to create that clearinghouse, this is how we want to hear about promising practices. What's working in our districts, in our schools, to help students, accelerate and learn? How are we helping our teachers? How are we providing the supports that they need? And so part of this is a communication to make sure that the field is aware that these are the pieces of the puzzle. This is what the state has decided. These are the pieces of the puzzle for recovery for us. And so wanting to be able to lift up and tell stories of success.
So one thing, and you probably put this into diagnostic tools, but helping teachers understand how to actually use formative assessment data to establish where a student is, exactly what they understand, what they do not understand, and then how to design instruction around what that student needs. So either accelerate them or to help remediate them with targeted intervention. And I think that's something we talk around a lot, but there are very few teachers who actually understand how to do that. And it's not that they don't want to do it, it's that they've never been trained in how to do it, and it's very difficult to kind of figure that out on your own unless you have really robust training to help teachers understand how to do that.
Ms. Kamnitz, I have a thought.
I think the way we will learn a lot about how students begin to dig out of this hole is through case studies. Have you thought about that as a research methodology?
Yes, ma'am. We actually just put out a call for qualitative research last week. Call for qualitative research case study was an example that we used, asking researchers from around the state to partner with us and the schools to tell the story. We had the conversation last month about elevating student voice, parent voice, principal voice, and that's kind of how we framed that qualitative research call.
And then also working with universities, get them involved in case study research in their local school districts.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Corner. That was helpful.
Thank you.
All right, SLA 3, which is also a discussion item, report to the JLEOC, Extension Learning Recovery and Enrichment Programs, Dr. Marr. We're going to zip through this as quickly as possible.
You got it. It'll be very quick here.
Thank you.
This is just to let you know there is a report coming to you next month. It's the required report to the Joint Ed Oversight on the school extension program from last summer. So we are in the midst of collecting that data. Is there a PowerPoint for this one? Okay.
Well, yes, there was some.
I don't know if you want to. It is really quick.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the report's due in January. We'll get it to you in advance of that, of course. These were the items that are required to be reported to the Joint Ed Oversight, and so it's the results of the CBE assessment in reading and math, as well as the number of students who progressed or were promoted, and the number of students who were retained. So that's kind of the minimum reporting requirements. We are also building out examples by region of what we saw on the site visits. So part of our intention when we put this program out was we expressed to districts that this was not an opportunity for us to go in and tell districts what wasn't going well, but rather to highlight things that were going well over the course of the summer, trying to draw out those good examples and then use those to define some of the programs that we put forward the next year. So that's the required piece. We asked districts to report by October 30th the number of students who received credit recovery, and then there's an end of program survey as well as their site locations and enrollment data. And of course, that has all been coming in. Next slide. Currently, 100% of the LEAs sent their school extension survey, their program survey, as well as their enrollment data. We have 99% of LEAs have reported their site locations. This is essentially because in an individual district, not every school offered the school extension program, right? We had several schools that were cited that were determined to be the location of the school extension program. So I think in talking with Ms. Barber, it's just one or two districts that we need to follow up with and figure out where their site locations were. About 95% of the districts have reported their pre and post assessments. Again, it's somewhere around 7 districts that we're still following up with and pulling in the last of their data. For some of those districts, the vendor reported it for them, so that was the iReady. And if you remember, the board approved the iReady as the CBA assessment for this program. And then 7 districts used Renaissance Star, and they uploaded the data for them. And then there were 35 LEAs who used either a different vendor or a combination of vendors. And so, of course, pulling that data. So this is there so you can see that it's not as clean as you would like it to be. There is actually a lot of work that has to be done. And so thanks to Carl Pond's unit, he's got folks there who've been working on cleaning this data for us and pulling it all up and getting it into a form so we can do some real analysis with it. And then, of course, Dr. Korn is working on making this data approachable, as she says. We want to be able to deliver to you in a way that makes sense. And so we'll be bringing that data to you as well.
Thank you, Dr. Mark.
Okay? Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
We had, my understanding is that there was difficulty in trying to make comparable the data from the 5 different programs, iReady, iStation, that were in place last year. Some of those same programs I just saw up on that list.
Yeah, so that's part of what they've been working on, is getting that data so that it's going to be reported in a comparable way so that we can make comparisons across these different vendors.
How well are we succeeding? I don't think we ever really got to an end result that was reportable to us last year. How well are we succeeding on comparability of this data for this program?
Is Jenny still here? I mean, we're doing like Glass House and Plum House, right? With that data?
Yes, for those, and then to Dr. Mark's point, so Carl Pond's team's been helping us a lot with this, and I think she's gonna standardize, like do a kind of a Z-score analysis on the pre and post for the multiple assessments, and then the Lexile and Quantiles are what we're gonna be able to have common reporting across all of them. So it's not ideal.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when we get the data, can we get some assessment at the same time of how much reliability we should place on the data? Because I think that's important here.
Yeah, and I do think, as I'd mentioned earlier, right, I think it is important to remember we're looking at pre and post assessments, but we're assuming, I don't want people to assume that students participated at the same degree across all these programs. What we found was that not all students participated for the full 6 weeks. Remember, it was mandatory that districts offer the program, but it was not mandatory for students to attend. And what we saw was students would go for 3 weeks and then they wouldn't come for another 3. Or they would go for 3, then they would leave and go on vacation for a week, and then they would come back. So I think that's one of the challenges with this data. The other is, a 6-week program is not, I've said this over and over, it's not magic, right? We should not expect a full recovery because we sent kids to a 6-week summer program.
I thought some of the, or what I've been looking at, some of the most interesting data is about the high school kids that recovered course credit. Like, to me, there were, thousands of high school kids that would have been off track to graduate had we not done this summer. To me, that's a huge...
The number of students who graduated, who were not going to graduate, they were able to graduate. We should have that number as well. So I think those are some really important points. The other piece that I would, the kind of last thing I would share is, among the qualitative call that we put out is, we are asking researchers across the state to go to districts, to do these case studies, to actually talk to students, parents, teachers, principals about their experience with this program and then other programs we put out. So I think that's going to be a really meaningful part of this, is what is the perception of the student who participated in this program? Did they feel more engaged in school? Were they more likely to come back on time, re-enroll in public school, whatever it might be? But I think the qualitative piece of this is going to be far more powerful than anything else.
All right, thank you for that question.
Okay.
Thank you, Bud.
Thank you.
2 consent items. SLA 4 is a report to the North Carolina General Assembly, statewide administration of the testing program, and SLA 5, report to the General Assembly, education of children in private psychiatric residential treatment facilities. And with that, we close the SLA.
Thank you, Ms. Kamens. Well, team, we're rounding the last curve, making the stretch for home, and we'll turn to Vice Chair Duncan for the last committee of the day, Business Operations.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Duncan, along with Todd Chastain. We lead the Business Operations Committee. We both would like to express thanks for the coveted last slot of the afternoon when everybody's particularly in the afternoon doldrums. But at least we're only an hour behind, so we promise an entertaining and fast-paced series of presentations here today. Our first one is BizOp 1. These are one of our 5 action on first reading items. In BizOp 1, we have Dr. Hoskins and or Dr. Ramsey. Is Dr. Hoskins here? All right. Will we go ahead and tag team this?
And thank you, but I'm not yet a doctor.
That's true. Dr. Hoskins, you get to go first by virtue of that admission.
Appreciate that. We're bringing this to the state board because this is a contract that exceeds $500,000. It's a 5-year contract, $144,000 per year. So total will be $720,000. This is to support our state personnel development grant, which is a grant that we have through the Office of Special Education Programs. It supports reading research to classroom practice, foundations of math, among other things. This is a contract that we have with our Parent Training Information Center. This is a required component of the grant. You can see the scope of work in here is to develop tools, strategies to build better relationships between our LEAs and our parents of students with disabilities. So this same scope of work is also built into the grant and will be part of this contract and the work that we'll be doing with them over the course of the next 5 years.
Very good, and I think you kept it within the allotted minute. It is important to the grant and necessary to the grant. Mr. Ramsey.
Thank you, Vice Chair Duncan and members of the board, Superintendent Truitt. Before you is recall that when the ESSER funds came out in March, we got $1 million to do a K-12 cybersecurity assessment and then $9 million for cybersecurity. When we finished the assessment in June, we recommended in our report to you and the General Assembly that an additional $14 million be given to cybersecurity to really address the problems that we found. So we've kind of been holding off until the budget got finalized so that we knew whether or not we were dealing with the initial $9 million or if we were going to have $26 million. Now that we know that the answer is $26 million, we're moving forward. We haven't been wasting time. We've been sketching out a roadmap, but this contract here is with Accenture to lead and guide and assist me in rolling out the K-12 cybersecurity program. It is for $1,282,000, and will go from Monday through August 30th. So we're ready to move with alacrity.
Very good. Excellent SAT word, too. Thank you for that.
Yes, it is. It's that word, isn't it,
Yeah.
Vice Chair Duncan?
So, any questions on either of these? Well done to both, well under a minute in both cases. Our BizOp 2 is our next item in our later star of the program in her prelim act. Ms. Alexis Schaus will cover BizOp 2 and BizOp 3.
Good afternoon, and hopefully this won't be, spoiler alert for the budget presentation for tomorrow. Some of these items will be addressed today as we go through the policy amendments that need to take place. So this is the allotment policy summary of changes part 1, and the reason I say part 1 is this is our first stab at making policy changes to that particular manual that are pretty explicit in the legislation, in the budget bill. There will be probably part 2 and 3 and maybe 4 that we will bring to you, the more complex items that are in the budget bill that will need new additions to that policy manual. So going up from the top, this is the summary of changes. This is not actually the policy. It is to help you facilitate through the document. Only the changes, only the pages and the kind of program report codes that have actual changes are included in your materials. So going from the top, we have modified it to change the bonus for all teachers from $350 to $300, and in addition have changed the date of that payment per the legislation. We have changed the employer benefit costs to the 2021-22 year. That is a typo in that summary there, but it is correct in the document. There is a change to the hold harmless for the school districts. There is a hold harmless provision in the budget bill that takes out the requirement of the department to reduce school districts for the difference between their projection and their initial allotted ADM. So they will not receive those reductions in those allotment categories. And we will address the charter school piece as we get into their particular policy. Moving to the specific program report codes, the first item is to delete the principal fellows allotment policy. That is because there is a combination of the Masters of School Administration and the principal fellows. They will now be combined in one program report code where previously they were in two. The charter school policy, I am going to kind of slow down a little bit here. I'm sorry, I should have gone back. There is also changes to the ABC transfer of funds. This is the policy that, or the part of the policy that addresses the allowable transfer between allotment categories. There is something that was in previous legislation that now is timely, is that there is restrictions on the program enhancement teachers and the classroom teacher allotments where no transfers are permitted, where previously there were. In addition, there is a new subcategory in there for the new school psychologist allotment category that does not permit any transfers out of that category, except for with the exception of to use them for contracted services. I think I am now up to date and back onto the charter school policy that we will be addressing the hold harmless. This is not in legislation. This is state board policy. Last year we had a similar state board policy that was developed and approved by this board to hold charter schools harmless on their average daily membership in as consistent a way as possible as the legislation provides a hold harmless for the local education agencies. So this policy, we have kind of done our first draft of if we just move forward with the same hold harmless that was approved last year and move it forward to this current year, how would that look? And it does look about kind of 60% of the charter schools would be hold harmless, and then 40% would not. The language would state that the charter school, if they had a history of accurate projections, which is defined as a projection that is within 2% or 20 ADM and does not exceed 10% for the fiscal years of 2019 and 20. If they are in that category, then their average daily membership that they will be funded for is the higher of their actual current year, or their prior current actual, or their projection for this current year. So they are basically funded at the highest of current year, prior year, or the projection that the school provided us for this year. All other charter schools will be funded based on the higher of the current year and the prior year, and no charter school can be funded, needless to say, above their legal maximum. When I was looking at the numbers, kind of as a base, we do have some charter schools that will receive a hold harmless of like 150 students or so over, I believe their actual was in the 650 range. We have some small charter schools that are held harmless at the kind of 42% range. Those are outliers. Most of them are below kind of, I think the average overall is about 3%. It was about 3,600 students total over our entire population. So not a huge amount, but some charter schools receive a much larger percentage hold harmless than others. As we move through the next program, we get to the children with disabilities. The changes made increased the cap for the funding from 12.75% to 13%. That is in legislation. It also adds the special provision. We did receive $25 million to provide additional funding to public school units if the April 1 headcount from last year, which is how they are funded for this current year, was significantly lower than the EC headcount in the first 2 months of this current year. So that that was included into that program. For a special fund for children with disabilities, PRC 063, there was an addition to that program that provides a special state reserve that can be used to cover extraordinary transportation costs for high needs children children with disabilities, and that is coming from the legislation. And we were and it's not additional funds; it's an allowable use of those funds. The digital learning initiatives, that was a change in the date due to the late passage of the budget bill from November 30th to January 31st. For the innovative school district, the legislation is phasing out the ISD, so no new schools shall be selected to be part of that ISD. The instructional support, there were some deletions to language which was really in contradiction with the ABC transfers, and there was an addition there for the military family counselor positions. We received 3 new positions, 2 of which go to school districts, but there were previously 3 military counselors, so we added that as a line item. Those positions are allotted into that program. For the non-instructional support, a minor change, but that relates to the personal leave. And previously, we were reimbursing the LEAs for the $50 deduction on a monthly basis. Now, with only extended sick leave with that $50 deduction, and we are going to do that semi-annually. Related to restarts, the change in the date due to the late passage of the budget, so we will allow LEAs to make those transfers up to January 31st for their restarts. For school building administration, this is something that is not in legislation, but is recommended as an addition to the policy. For in the current policy, if a LEA reorganizes their schools and it causes a net reduction in the number of principals for that school district, then they are held harmless to the total number of principal positions for 2 years. We had a very large surge of virtual academies for a partial year, maybe 1 year, and then some of them have closed. And so this recommendation, this recommends that the In order to be held harmless, that school has to be open for 2 years. As we go into the school psychologist allotment, this is a new program report code, 006, and again reflects the appropriation that was in the budget bill. It provides funding for the salaries for certified school psychologists. It is a position allotment, so the school districts will be funded for positions, not dollars. They will be allotted per the legislative formula, which states that it will be a minimum of 1 position for each LEA, and the remaining funding is allotted based on a per ADM basis. We are recommending that the positions are rounded to the nearest 1/2 position. That is not in legislation, but it is recommended as part of the funding formulas. Charter schools and the lab schools will receive a per pupil share of this allocation in their base allotment. The special provisions allow for the local boards of education. They can transfer any portion of those position allotments into a different PRC code, that is 008, which is really for just transfers, but it is restricted only to contract school psychologists out of that allotment, and the transfer rate is at the beginning step of the salary schedule. The legislation does state that all LEAs shall employ, not just contract, but employ at least 1 full-time permanent school psychologist by the beginning of the school year 2022-2023. The next PRC is actually PRC 008. This is an empty shell. It does not have initial funding in it, and it is really purely for accounting purposes so that the school districts have a place to transfer those funds into and then expend for that contracted purpose. Small county supplemental funding, the legislation, it did combine the bottom 2 tiers. It was from 0 to 600 ADM, and then 601 to 1300 ADM. We now have the bottom tier is at 0 to 1300 ADM. And then finally, we are deleting an obsolete category that is no longer used, which is, again, was used for, it's not an appropriated. Nothing gets appropriated directly into this. It was a category that was used for accounting and transfers. And with that, Vice Chair Duncan, those are the changes.
Yeah, any question on BizOp 2, which is the state board policy amendments, modifications, and additions related to the session laws for the policy manual? All right, let's go on then to BizOp 3, which is still continuing along the theme of state board policy amendments, modifications to the public school salary manual for this item.
Thank you, sir. So these are changes that we are making, recommending to make to the salary manual, which impacts not just certified employees, but also non-certified employees in the public schools and the LEAs. The attachments you have are not only the modified sections of that salary manual, but you also have the full salary schedules that are based on the which reflect the legislation. The summary of the changes, this is not policy, it's really for information purposes. We have some items in this summary of changes that are not actually in the policy. We utilize it for historic purposes, so we always have kind of a change page and an easy reference in front of that manual. We will be going through a full explanation tomorrow on the salary changes from the budget. So today we're just going to go through the actual policy changes. So starting with the principals, I believe, is actually how it, well, I guess we'll start with with the teachers and school psychologists. Okay, so there will be changes and going through it does reflect the changes, but I'm going to reference the pages in the manual if you would like to look at that detail. So pages D2, we are incorporating the $350 monthly supplement for the school psychologist per the legislation. And then on D3, the $100 supplement for the school counselors. On D5, we've incorporated the $300 bonus and reactivated the bonuses for the AP, IB, and AICE courses, as well as the CTE credentials. And that is going back to the pre-COVID language. We also making some modifications to illustrate that the highly qualified supplement is now codified. There is no changes to that, but just to reflect those changes. On D18, we have deleted or stricken the retired teachers exempt from the cap per legislation that did expire June 30th of this current year. D23 is an addition to the adjunct K-12 instructors, adding the fine arts and performing arts as well as the foreign language. Previously, it was just the core areas. D24 is an update to the substitute pay, including the minimum at a $13 per hour. On the non-certified, we have the minimum of the $13 per hour is the only change on that. Related to the, just want to make sure that I have everything here. Okay, so related to the principals, we have a change on the average daily membership to update that. Their salaries will be based on the current year average daily membership starting January 1, 2022. We also have included the $1,800 bonus. There is no performance bonuses for principals, but a $1,800 bonus for all principals across the board. And then stricken the language related to the MSA assistant principals, as I referred to it with the allotment policy manual. So those programs are combined in the salary manual as well. And finally, related to the kind of miscellaneous section, there is an update for Senate Bill 695, which is related to the requirement that all LEAs provide the option for employees who are contracted less than 12 months to receive their pay over 12 months. There is no change to that. However, it now requires that this be implemented as a payroll deduction plan and not as a deferred income plan. F4, it removes the $50 deduction for the personal leave, and it adds language stating that if there is no deduction if the teacher provides a reason. If there is no reason, then no reason provided, then the deduction will be at the full substitute rate, unless a substitute is not employed, in which case the deduction is then to be refunded. And then finally on F4, it deletes the language related to the leave codes for the special COVID leave. And with that, Vice Chair Duncan, I believe those were the changes.
Yes, are there any questions on BizOp 3, the policy manual amendments and changes? All right, not hearing any, let's go on to BizOp 4, which is the 21st Century Community Learning Center's summer mini grants. It's Dr. Latricia Townsend. Good afternoon.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes.
I just conveniently walked in just a moment about the previous item.
Yes.
I think all the members saw this employer contribution rate for the pension plan. That and the health care continue to be the two largest expenses of running any part of the state agency. And that's the bad news. The reason is mathematically, not emotionally or politically. The pension plan, as strong as it is, has not achieved its assumed rate of return on average for 22 years. When Treasurer Bowles left, it was 110% funded. And as soon as Treasurer Moore got elected, we were attacked. 9/11, stock market was closed, the plan lost billions of dollars. Treasurer Moore had nothing to do with that. And then as soon as Treasurer Cowell got elected, she was hit with a great financial crisis, and the plan lost $27 billion, and Treasurer Cowell had nothing to do with that. So all this over the last 20 years has manifested itself in this employer contribution rate of 22% of payroll. And I'm saying this briefly to tell you, we don't get credit for that. So when we talk about things having to do with teacher pay, most folks, state employees, don't know that 22% of their pay is being invisibly sent to this pension system that they're going to rely on one day. And lastly, as far as the healthcare side, I just chaired another board meeting. We have now frozen family premiums for 5 years, even though the cost of the state health plan are going up is twice the rate that we're getting reimbursed for by the General Assembly. So we have frozen family premiums for 5 years. We have now, by action today, frozen individual premiums for the last 4 years. But just because you freeze the price of something doesn't mean that people can afford it. It doesn't mean that people can afford to get sick. So ultimately, what we've done, as I close my remarks, is that we've bifurcated our state health plan into 3 groups. I'm in the middle group, the people over 65, which this year, no premium to the member, $4 a month premium to the dependent, $4 a month, and no cost to the taxpayers. So that's a fantastic outcome of a very tough negotiation. But now we have the people like me, born between 1948 and 1962, and they're costing the hell out of us. I'm people my age. But it's not the young, healthy people in the room, it's the people my age. So we're zeroing in on that. And I'm just trying to give you some hope that somebody's paying attention to this stuff. We just can't keep coming to the school systems and the school board talking about 16, 18, 19, 22, 26% of payroll. All of a sudden, what Warren Buffett said and what Bill Gates has said and what Senator Elizabeth Warren said, when you consider what ate your paycheck, what ate your pay raise, what ate your cost of living adjustment, it's mathematics of these types of issues. So I appreciate this was on my heart because I want to give some certainty with the fact that even though our healthcare costs are going up twice as fast as our appropriation is, we've still been able to freeze family premiums. But until we can lower family premiums, because we have many of our employees who are working 1 week out of every 4 to pay the family premium. Corrections officers, teachers, 1 week out of every 4 has to go for this purpose. And until we can lower family premiums, we're not going to be able to attract the young, healthy people to offset people like me. It's just an insurance company, folks. That's all it is. And it's just like a car company with all bad drivers in it or unhealthy people like my age. So thank you for that moment.
Thank you, Treasurer,
Privilege
for that
and
report.
just to tell you it's a serious matter, and if you want to know why I act the way I do and talk the way I do, because this is serious business and it's big money. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that sobering thought, we now go to Biz Op 4, Dr. Townsend, the summer mini grants. And this is the process that we're about to go through for approval by the board.
Yes, so good afternoon, Treasurer Falwell, Superintendent Truitt, Chair Davis, and Vice Chair Duncan. I bring to you the procedures to conduct the 21st Century Summer 2022 grant competition. And so these funds actually emanate out of our ESSA fund, so the Every Student Succeeds Act. And every year, North Carolina gets about $35 million to conduct this particular program. And so this particular grant is to really service students in the out-of-school time. So before school, after school, and during the summer space. And so these funds can be used for remediation. It can be used for enrichment activities, and a big hallmark of the grant is really parent and family engagement. And for this particular grant, it services LEAs, it services community-based organizations, city or county government agencies, faith-based organizations, IHEs, as well as for-profit corporations. Okay, and so for this particular iteration of the program, it will be a one-time summer funding. Applicants would be able to use funds between April and September 30th of 2022. So we give a little leeway for them to begin planning in April and May, and then they would begin implementing their program. And again, the purpose of this is to really make sure that great enrichment and academic activities are available to students. And so I wanted to give you a bird's eye view of what transpired last summer. So we conducted a summer mini grant competition last year. We were able to award $8.7 million out to the field to be able to conduct this particular program. And we did have a regional model in place during that particular grant competition. And so basically we selected 2 entities from each region and then did a rank order for the other applicants to ensure that we had good regional coverage. And we plan to do that again this year. So for this particular grant program, we are offering amounts ranging from $50,000 up to $300,000, and the amount that you would receive is contingent upon how much time you'd be spending with students and the number of students that you would be providing services to. And so we will have a series of priority points that are provided. And so economically distressed counties would be able to receive some additional points to their application. If you are a CSI, if you are serving a CSI group of schools or a combination, you would be able to receive additional points. And then the last one, based on our conversations from last year, many of the programs really operated Monday through Wednesday or Monday through Thursday. And so we wanted to offer some points for offering extended programming. In a lot of cases, the actual school districts are going to be providing their own programs, and so we want to really give deference to those individuals that are willing to service the students before the school program starts or after the school program starts. And then what we've seen across other states, they do offer programming even on the weekends, and so we are trying to encourage that in the sense that some students will be engaged within the school setting, and we'd be able to provide some additional enrichment fun type activities that they'd be able to engage in. Okay, and then on the next slide, we provide the grant timeline. And so if we receive your approval today, we will move forward through a series of technical assistance sessions, and the final applications will actually be due in February. And then we would come back to you on an April timeframe to be able to present our recommendations for funding.
All right, are there any questions? We have gone through, recall recently for the summer mini grants this past summer. And this is a further refinement of the application process. Are there any questions or comments on this? Yes, Ms. White.
On the slide, it's slide 8 with the priority points. I would also highly recommend that we pay special attention to making sure that priority is given to communities and schools where there are no other existing resources in place, so that we're not double dipping with funds, that those that don't have any other community resources being poured in, that would be given additional points on the rubric.
Okay, so would you like to add that as a point on the RFP? Would you like for us to amend it?
I'm one board member.
And then I'll just have to figure
I
out.
hesitate when we have communities and resources that have a wealth of number of things to pull from the well, and that when you have a, opportunity to help a community that doesn't have a lot of other resources at the table, that should shine a little
Right,
bit
and I
better.
think one of the things that Vice Chair Duncan really has asked that we do is to make sure that we have good regional distribution, and hence we added in the process of making sure that we had 2 entities from each region before then moving to a strictly rank order process. And so I'm happy to, at the board's discretion, I'm happy to add whatever's your pleasure.
Ms. White, do you have a suggested,
I'd be an advocate for giving a priority to communities that are, or CBOs, or schools that are applying where there are no other additional resources being used in that community for programs like this.
So you are more so looking at, so would that be a specific mile rate? I'm just trying to figure out how I can do it fairly. Is this a specific mile radius that would be associated? So if I were to create and then I guess have to be really specific, and I would have to get back with Mr. Hogenmeyer, who helped us review this. And so
Can I
would it be
suggest
a
an
specific
alternative?
mile radius for who you would service, or?
would it be easy, there are counties in our state that have been designated as low wealth counties. Would it be easier if we added a point if you were making an application from a low wealth county, which are
So
the
that's what
counties?
the economically
Tier 1
distressed,
counties.
so tier 1 counties, they get 2
Okay.
points.
All right.
Tier 2 gets 1 point, and tier 3, they don't get any priority points. So I've accounted for that.
I don't know the answer to that, to your question. I'll rely on the process and trust your judgment in the selection. But if you have a school,
But I guess I would prefer at some point to add, if we would do it within a specific mile radius of other sites, because it's a blind process. So what happens when the applications come into us, the information from each of the applicants is redacted, and so it is reviewed in a blind manner. So, and basically then you would get a score. And then at some point, the score then gets rematched with the entity, and then we put it all together. So in the selection process, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Is there, I just have a thought.
Please.
I totally appreciate what you're laying out, because it is a matter of ranking and math and fairness. But I wonder if the applicant could not just, this would still get into some rubrics thing, list the community service agencies within their county. I don't know what, you'd have to have some definition around it.
I'm gonna
But
try
I absolutely appreciate your point.
Can I try my second suggestion? This is gonna come back to us, not this for this year, but could we go forward because of the timeline? Can we go forward with this and then ask staff to review if there's something along the lines of what you suggested that can come back for the next summer when we get the next grant request? Because the thought is a good one. I think the mechanics of working it out may throw us off our timeline.
And I actually will be back before you, if I might. I'll be back before you to talk about cohort 16. So our regular 21st century competition is a 3-year cycle. And so that, to me, I really want to get it right, because if they were to get the full amount up to $400,000, that's $1.2 million in a community.
Yes.
And so we will be back before you, I believe in January, to provide the RFP for that particular competition.
Chair Davis.
Not to gum up the works, but would it be possible to use census tract data along with average income data within the census tract to be able to differentiate within counties. You know, if an entire county is low wealth, that does it. But if you're in part of a county that has varying degrees of wealth and poverty, I wonder if that might be some approach.
And we definitely can take it back to the drawing board, and then we'll bring it back. And if you'd like, what we can do as we begin to work it up, if you'd like me to include what our mindset is through one of your Friday updates, that way you see it before it comes to the board for your approval. I can do that.
You've already done some great work on this in terms of trying to, and this is a really good idea to continue that effort. So if we go, if it works for the board to go forward on this one and then come back, as you say, in January for the larger grants, the year-round grants, and have a proposed rubric, that would probably work well, if that's all right, Ms. White. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm not trying to trap us, I'm trying to make sure that we're cognizant of equitable distribution of funds for programs like this that come from multiple entities. 21st Century is just one, but there are many.
Yeah.
So just making sure that that there's equitable access to students who need it most.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I know Dr. Townsend's been working in that way, so I expect we can get back a proposal that hopefully will fit along the lines of what we're talking about, and I hope we will. So thank you for those comments.
And I'm before you for the next item too.
All right, so on the next one, BizOp 5 is Emergency Assistance for Non-Public Schools, or EANS, E-A-N-S, and I do want to make one sort of brief comment about this. This is part of the American Rescue Plan, or the ARPAC. Specifically, it was money that was allotted to the GEAR Fund, which was distributed to the governors around the country. And this specific, and it's approximately $80 million, this specific amount was set out to be addressed for grants to each governor with an approved application to provide services or assistance to eligible non-public schools to address the impact that COVID-19 has had. So this is for all non-public schools to address that impact. The distribution formula set by the governor, the state agency is required to go ahead and bring about the actual carrying out of the distribution. So the formula, which is not an unfamiliar one to this board, was 50% total enrollment and 50% low-income enrollment in terms of how the formula was done. You will notice there are the average allocation is $10,000 a student, so these are not insignificant amounts of money that are being provided here. And so, but I want everyone to know that the process really is, we are providing the mechanical process of authorizing the distribution consistent with the purpose of the legislative act and the allocation provided by the governor in terms of how it should be done. So with that backdrop, I think it's just helpful to have that information. Dr. Townsend.
Okay, we'll jump right in. And so as you stated, these funds do emanate from the American Rescue Plan. And I should kind of go back. Before EANS 2, there was an EANS 1. And so within EANS 1, we actually received $84 million. And so the 750 or so private schools within North Carolina had the ability to apply for these funds. I do need to let you know that private schools typically partake in federal funds. And so typically they receive services through Title I through Equitable Services. If you go back to ESSER 1, there was a requirement that local school districts would reach out to their private schools and provide them a portion of their funds to service eligible private school students. With ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, they actually created this particular program to get that process off the backs of our school districts. And so instead of the school districts administering an equitable services program, the equitable services component is being provided through these particular funds, and that is being provided through DPI. And so for EANS 2, through the American Rescue Plan, $82 million. Okay. And so, as Vice Chair Duncan stipulated, these funds actually go to the governor's office, but in the legislation, it stipulates that the SEA has to administer those funds. And so we were very lucky, and we have the great pleasure of administering this particular award program.
And by that, we also have the responsibility of auditing these awards. So let's recognize for our federal funding group, that's an enormous task.
And so
this is only one of many enormous tasks that are undertaken. So
and then I will say, with these funds, they are called assistance amounts and not grants. And so really making sure that we're using our terminology properly as I speak to these private schools. And so the partners at the table to make this particular program happen would be the governor's office, the North Carolina administration, the Division of Non-Public Education, DPI, and then NC Pro. But the heavy lifting is on us. In terms of our timeline, we actually, the governor's office submitted an application in September. And after that application was approved, there was a 30-day window to get out an application. And I will say, with the last iteration of EANS, we looked at across all the non-public schools and provided an assistance amount. USCD basically said, with that particular process, you are likely to have a large sum of money left. So within EANS 1, we had about $35 million that was remaining at the end of that because many of the schools did not come forward. And I'll share with you why. Many of the schools did not come forward. So with this process, we had to run the applications first. And then once we knew who was actually wanting to participate, the funds were actually divided based on the formula that Vice Chair Duncan shared. And so what you should know about these funds is that school districts are able to receive goods and or services. So one of the popular things that they are requesting is tutoring services. Some of it's technology. But any goods that are purchased, North Carolina retains title to those. And so at the end of this program, we will have to figure out how to move forward with any of those items. So again, we retain title. Some schools did not like the fact that some of what would be purchased would be under title of North Carolina, so hence they chose not to participate. These funds will actually go through September 30th of 2024. So keep that in mind when you look in your board materials and you're looking at those amounts. Those amounts would carry them through 2024.
All right.
Okay, and to date, the program, we've closed applications and 79 schools applied. And so those 79 schools will have a share of $82 million. And I will say to you that the formula, again, it is based on enrollment and total enrollment and then low income enrollment. What I should say to you is that the stipulation in EANS 2 was that you could only participate if you had a low income ratio of 40%. So it threw a lot of the schools that participated the first time out the window. They were not even eligible to apply. And so we have been told that we have to use the entire batch of funds. And so these 79 schools will share $82 million. And I will say within EANS 1, schools had a choice depending on, a lot of it had to do with timing and then the types of services or goods they were asking for. In EANS 1, you could either do reimbursement or you could do procurement. EANS 2 takes reimbursement off the table. It is procurement only. And so once those applications come in and they let us know the services or goods they want to procure, DPI has a process in place to actually obtain those goods and services for for those schools. And I will tell you, if there are any remaining funds, they go back to the governor's office for his general use within the GEAR funds.
All right, any questions or comments? I will say I've had a very deep appreciation for the work of our federal funding group. It's a mammoth amount of work. And through projects like this, my appreciation deepens further by the day. Because trying to keep track of this, and you start to think about tracking down things that are in the title of the state of North Carolina 3 years from now, and trying to account for that. I mean, I have this
Well, and
image of a
I do
U-Haul.
have to lift up school business and really the allotment section and the procurement section, Ms. Shannon Hanchy. And so a process is taking place to make sure that the items that are being purchased are inventoried, and we have a good track of where the items are.
It's a great.
But it is an interagency process.
It's a great full team effort.
Yes.
It has this image in the back of my mind that we're driving a U-Haul around the state 3 years from now. Which doesn't seem like the best use of our long-term time, but that's where we are. So thank you for this report and all the work that's being done on it to make this work well and fairly to these schools. All right, quickly now, Biz Op 6 is a 2022 school calendar waivers. It's a consent item. Unless there are any questions, I'll go into Biz Op 7, which is our fairly regular or standard certification of finance officers. Again, assuming no questions on that, I have not received any questions or comments for executed contracts report or the planned contracts report for December 2021. I will pause in case anyone has one and wants to express it. Having paused, I have not heard any request for further information about the monthly budget report for December 2021, but in particular, given the report that we know is coming tomorrow about the budget, I think we would hold off anyway. Agency vacancy report, Ron Paxton is here. If there are any questions, he has covered and helped us with these charts, and everyone's had a chance to look at those. He will make a more extended report next month for year-end purposes as we go back and look at the year-end review. Unless there are any specific questions for Ron today, who is here, we will move past that. So that leaves our final item for Biz Op is the public school unit COVID ESSER gear expenditure update that Ms. Schaus will provide in a thorough but expedited manner. You can do both of those.
Yes, so in your materials, you do have an updated expenditure sheet that shows by program, starting with the state emergency funds, going through the CARES Act, CRF, the ESSER 1, GEAR 1, as well as ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, and a breakdown of the recently passed appropriated ESSER 3 state leadership. So when we're looking at it just as an overall status, we do have $5.9 million that is still unexpended in CRF, and these funds do expire December 31st. All public school units were notified through a written documentation of their outstanding balances. Unallotted funds are being sent back to OSBM per their request and what is in the budget bill so that they can reallocate. We are calling public school units to see if they have they still do have time per the state board policy to December 31st to expend those funds, but if they are not and cannot, then we will do our best to revert those funds before to send to OSBM for reallocation. The ESSER 1, we're at 21% unexpended, which is pretty much where we would like to see. It does, those go to September 30th, 2022. The GEAR funds, which are for supplemental instruction as well as for mental health support positions, those instructional support positions. These funds have always been a little bit behind on their expenditures. We still have 68% remaining. They're not a huge amount of funds in the grand scheme of things, a total of $40 million across the statewide. But it is a curious thing that I have inquired with finance officers. I cannot receive an answer that explains why those funds are not being expended at the same rate as the ESSER 1. For ESSER2, you'll note that there are some items that still have a high unexpended rate, but they were recently kind of approved and by the state board, and we're looking at a kind of a FIFO, like a first in, first out. So of course, they're going to go to their CRF and their ESSER1 first. Before going to the ESSER2. And also keep in mind with all these ESSER funds, the school districts do have to apply for the funds. The federal programs area does have to review and approve those applications before they can be even allotted out to those school districts for expenditure. And then the ESSER3, we have a very low expenditure there, not really surprising. They do go through September 30th, 2024, so there's a lot there. In the details of that appropriations bill, there are 32 line items that we will be having, many of which we will be bringing to you for policy approval, so that we can kind of get those funds out. Many are in contracts, and there are also about 26 positions in that ESSER3. But it is a significant amount of work that will be before those funds can even get out to the school district. Just as a notification, all these funds, per the federal legislation, we do have 1 year from the from the receipt of the grant to get the funds encumbered or allotted out to those school districts. So specifically with the ESSER3, it will be, there isn't much time to just kind of wait. We are moving very quickly on that. We've already had a kind of an agency-wide meeting assigning business owners so that we can try and get those to the board, get those policies written, and get those funds out as soon as we can to those school districts, and obviously in compliance with the federal legislation. The federal legislation does, the state legislation does state that if these funds are not encumbered by March 15th, I believe, that they can, there is a provision in there that there will be more flexibility on the use of those funds.
Thank you for that report. We're going to continue to monitor these funds. I realize we've probably lost everybody's most acute attention given the hour of the day today. We'll try to get you a better time slot for your next report on this. and we will give you a crime slot tomorrow as you review the budget. So thank you for all the hard work. And I want to 1 second, went down on call. I want to thank all of our presenters for all the hard work that's been going on. This is an enormous task that's been happening with, and there's been so much work done in so many departments working together. I'm incredibly grateful to all of you, and I know all of our board's incredibly grateful for the work going on. Wendell,
thank you, sir. Quick question, so I'll understand. Under the CARES Act, as it expires in the 2021 monies, those unexpended funds, those are dollars that's been allocated to school systems, and they have failed to spend them?
That is correct.
Okay.
The CRF bucket, yes.
Okay. So I'm looking at the low wealth funding. Mm-hmm. And there's over $1.5 million. And those are not that many systems now. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, yes, and actually when we're looking at those unexpended, there are some specific school districts that we have that have large balances. You point out low wealth, which is a very flexible allocation. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's how I believe.
Well, from the department standpoint, to be clear, there's follow-up that's going on with these districts. People are being kept well advised of what the balance is and what the time limits are. That will continue to happen. So the department's very cognizant of the concern that you raised, Mr. Hall.
Thank you, sir.
And is working with the districts to try to make sure these funds are used in a beneficial way for our students. All right.
And I'm just going to add really quickly that there is what I would characterize as not a national effort, but kind of national consensus among state chiefs that perhaps there could be an official ask of the federal government to extend the deadline for the expenditure of these funds. There's a general consensus that it's not enough time to spend the money.
And if we needed to do a resolution from our board from that, I suspect we would treat that very kindly if we.
Good to know.
Think about it. So, because we understand the difficulties that are associated with all this.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Chair Davis, we're finished.
Right, until tomorrow. Yes. Well, thank you, Vice Chair Duncan, and our thanks to board members, our superintendent and staff, and all those who contributed to today's successful meeting. This does conclude our committee meetings for the day, and we'll reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. for our official meeting date. I now ask for a motion to go into closed session and note to the audience and online listeners that following closed session, the December 1st, 2021 meeting will adjourn immediately. Vice Chair Duncan.
I move that we go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute, Section 143-318.11, A, 1, 3, and 6, to prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to NC General Statute, Sections 115C-319 and -321, and to consult with our attorneys in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorneys and the public body, including specifically to consider the cases of 1, Hope County Board of Education et al. Versus the State of North Carolina, 2, AB versus Wake County Board of Education and North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, and 3, Timothy Place versus North Carolina State Board of Education. And finally, to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, or condition of appointment of public officers or employees or prospective public officers or employees.
Motion by Vice Chair Duncan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hall. Dr. Townsend Smith, please call the roll to capture the vote.
Yes, sir. Dr. Oxendine?
Yes.
Ms. Chemnitz?
Yes.
Mr. Keenan?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Dr. Tipton Rogers?
Yes.
Ms. White?
Yes.
Senator Falwell, did you get back on? Vice Chair Duncan?
Yes.
Chair Davis?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. If you're in the room, if you can stand by until we sign off, and we will convene in closed session in 10 minutes, so 5:15.
All right.
We're still live.